A simple Kwan fart dance.
Foam shame, sunburn with freezer burn, choking on the ashes of her enemy. In the sun, a beatless one. In the sun, I'm married, buried. All in all is
Hi chat. Hope everyone is feeling okay. Kwan heart.
all is all we all are. All in 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 all is
It's lupus. Classic knockin' boots song. Chill girl. It's not lupus, try medicine drug.
I'm dancing with 7 bells. Want you to pick up my star. See how the black moon fades. Soon I can give you my heart. I don't know no shame, I feel no pain, I can't see the flame, but I do know romantic love. I do know romantic love. I do know they're throwing it all this way, dragging it back to the start. They say, see how the glass is raised. I have refused to take part. I told them,
Yo, everybody. What's up? What's up? Oh, we got ourselves a treasure train. Pen Pusher, thank you for the bits. Baron, thank you for the bits. Queen Witch, thank you for the 4 months. Baron, thank you for the more bits. Derp, thank you for the 19 months.
Thanks for everything you do. I shared a clip to Twitter and Reddit today that I desperately think Hassan's community and artists broadly needed to hear. I hope people took time to educate themselves. Your life was super validating for so many. Thanks again, and keep on keeping on.
Narconis, thank
Go
you.
give love.
Thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, we can talk about that. We'll talk about that. I'm Hen, thank you for the 7 months. Who else am I? Bandity, thank you for the 19 months. Tara, thank you for the... Okay, is it Tara or Tara? Because I want to get it right. I can always second guess myself. Thank you for the 21 months. Because it's Tara. Abra. Okay, I got it. I won't forget. Tara. Like Kate Blanchett Tar. Lydia Tar. Unjo, thank you for the 12 months. Nikki, thank you for the 23. Amateur Phantom, thank you for the 12 months. Totally Not a Bot, thank you for the 12 months. Valerie.
Big Trans.
Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Thank you for the 8 months. Unfortunate Horse Girl, thank you for the 26.
Monthly reminder to give emote editing prompts to CarolineKwan Raid.
Okay, let me do that right now. Hold on. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, so let me do it right now. Tavia, thank you. Emote editing perms. Okay, where do I go? What do I do? Direct me. Tell me what to do. Did you watch the weapons clip? Oh, did they just release something? Okay, 7 TV. Okay, so I have to go to all of those. Right? 7 TV. Okay, oh my god. How do I even... Okay. All right. Okay. Everybody say hi to one another. I have to ask because I love it every time I see you. Queen, what do you use for your bronzer? It's literally perfect. I use Charlotte Tilbury's Charlotte Tilbury bronzer. No, hold on. I have 2 bronzers. Baron von Clark. What a name. Baron von Clark, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. 334, thank you for the tier 1. You should add me to FFC. Okay, I will. No, shit. What's the bronzer? One of them that I have is Charlotte Tilbury. Okay, I'll have to think about the other one. All right, so 7TTV is what I'm on right now. Let me add... Where I go? Settings? Editors. Okay. Add editor. Okay. Man, what do I need to, like, do you need to create? Is that gonna, like, what should I press? There's too much happening at once. What button do I press? Okay, I'm just gonna put confirm. Okay. Next, BTTV. Okay. Okay, dashboard editors. Why is Will an editor? You know what? He needs to get on his shit. Okay. And then the last one is FZ. What is it? Okay, so I did 7TT, 7TT, FF. Oh my god, these all have like the same name. FFZ. Okay. You have signed in. Channels. CarolineKwan. Okay. My channel. Manage editors. And then what do you, who else, who else wants something while mom's at the store? Okay. All right. I think I got y'all. Okay. Tell me if that worked. I'll take a water. We don't drink water in this house. You got me. Okay, great. Tsunami warning issued for California coast. You know what? Take me. I'm just kidding. What the hell? Well, good thing I'm in French Polynesia. So, fucking hell. California under tsunami watch after 8.7 meter quake. Holy shit. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I know this is Pop Crave, but like, is this for fucking real? Oh, no, we're gonna talk about this. This is for real. I already got that. I'm on it. What I was not on was Tsunami Watch, which has been issued for all of the California coast after 8.7 magnitude earthquake struck off the western coast of Russia. Okay, well, did they get Vladimir Putin? According to the U.S. Tsunami Warning Center, the watch was in effect for the entire west coast, including Washington and Oregon. A tsunami watch is the lowest level of the warning center's 3-tier alert system. It means that the level of threat is not yet known and that residents should stay tuned to be prepared to take action. A more severe tsunami warning was in effect for the western section of Alaska's Aleutian Islands, where people are told to immediately evacuate designated tsunami hazard zones. The strike of any waves that may strike California is currently unknown. The National Tsunami Warning Center said the tsunami, if it materializes, would hit Fort Bragg in Mendocino County at 11:50 p.m. Tuesday, Crescent City in Del Norte County at 11:55 p.m. Potential waves Wednesday would reach Monterey at 12:15, San Francisco at 12:40 Wednesday, the Los Angeles Harbor at 1:05 a.m., Newport Beach, Oceanside, and La Jolla at 1:15 a.m. All right, well, we'll be... I don't know if I can go watch one battle after another after reading, but that's just fucking rancid news to read about Leo. Oh, he's been rancid. Make no mistake, Leo D is a piece of shit. The only decent thing I will say about him is that, 1, he's a good actor. 2, he did tip when he would come into the nightclubs. But he was a fucking weirdo. I mean, hello, this is the guy who, there are a bevy of jokes about how he won't date a woman over 25. That, like, it makes national news when he dates a woman who, is no longer on her parents' insurance. Yeah, that guy, when they reached, that guy's a weirdo, are we sure? Yeah, the guy who was just at Jeff Bezos' wedding and was trying to hide his face under his ball cap. We see you, Leo. We see you, buddy. Oh, I can't tell it's Leo DiCaprio because he's wearing a baseball cap. Yeah, he has been rancid. But anyway, we will get to that. Did you see Hunter Schafer got arrested again, or is this old news? Because one thing I will tell y'all is that a lot of times what happens is there are accounts on Twitter that will recirculate. She got arrested again. Because there are accounts that will like recirculate old news or let's see what's going on. Free my girl? What's happening? Are you sure? I don't see anything. Hunter Schafer. No, I think it's old, y'all. This is old. Yeah, she was arrested in February of last year. You know what? It happens. It happens. When we're scrolling through the internet, we see stuff that is not necessarily false. It's just that it's old news. Now, a lot of times there is just straight up fake news. But, another thing I noticed too. So because I'm deep in pop culture world, and so I get like a lot of celebrity stuff across my timeline. I've noticed that there are Twitter accounts, they're like pro-Palestine kind of news Twitter accounts, but what they'll do is they'll kind of do some bullshit where one thing that I've seen often from accounts like this is they'll post a picture of a celebrity and then say that they raised like $30 million for Palestine, which is not true. Like they've done this. I've seen this repeatedly with Zendaya. Like Zendaya raises $30 million for Palestine causes. And it's like, No, Zendaya did not raise $30 million. It most likely is that like Zendaya shared something on an Instagram story one time, but it's kind of I get it because it's like you want to show celebrities, like really big celebrities, as aligning with important causes, but also like we shouldn't just post things that are not accurate either, right? This is so off topic. Would you ever one day give us the whole makeup routine? Because me and my mom love your makeup as people who work in cosmetics. Yeah, it's really fast. I just kind of, but sure, we'll break it down one day. Marky Marks, thank you for the tier 1. Okay, so y'all, let's just start off and do a little chit-chatting, and then we'll get into talking about some things, and then we'll do some gaming later. How about that? I was really impressed with your takedown of disgusting online behavior. Okay, so I want to start off by addressing kind of more of what we talked about yesterday, and I just want to say, to be 100% clear, like my anger and who I'm placing the blame on for Alex, aka Lolo's behavior, is him, to be very clear, okay? No one else is responsible for the things that he did. He 1000% has to own what he has done, what he has been doing for years. And I will tell you too that I've had a number of women reach out to me, and they have shared things with me that I will not share. But I mean, what has already come to the surface is bad. Points to a pattern of predatory behavior just on itself, in and of itself. But there are a lot of additional stories that have yet to be shared. Women who have felt terrified to go public. They are scared of being sued. They are scared of being associated with this. They're embarrassed. Like there's a lot of feelings on top of the trauma of having been sexually preyed on. So just it's one of those where really we've only scratched the surface here, and this is behavior that goes back years. He basically threatened to sue in his apology, which then was deleted. And personally speaking, I have been struggling a lot with my own internalized shame and anger. And I know this, like, I know that I am not responsible for what he did, but as somebody who was friends with him, who knew him, at least, I thought I did, and who had believed a lot of the shit that he told me. And now when I look back on it, I understand that I was like totally duped and trusted this person and thought that like I just didn't see things any other way, and that really sucks. And as somebody who like uses my platform, a lot of my content is around addressing the prevalence and pervasiveness of abuse in our society. And especially I look a lot in Hollywood and talk about what happens in the entertainment industry. It's a lot to like understand that there was somebody who was in my life who I fully believed was a was a trustworthy, good person who I fell for a lot of I fell for a lot of what I now know to be are lies, and how, you know, mental health, he would weaponize that and wield that, and I felt really bad for him. And that's another thing that I think comes from understanding the language of progressivism, is you often now will see an abuser wield mental health as a shield. And I just want to say, like, it's not, you know, this is where it gets complicated, because I think I think mental health is a very serious issue, and one that we still need to do a lot of work in addressing. But I also understand how it is often wielded as a tool to shield someone from their very bad, very problematic behavior. It's a common thing that we see. I mean, a lot of things that, like, I understand now, I can look and see, oh, that was the same shit that, like, Kevin Spacey was talking about, the same things that Harvey Weinstein said. And people were like, he's a sex addict, like, he struggles with depression. And it's gross to have this kind of stuff weaponized as a way to shield yourself from accountability for harming people. Yeah, it's really gross. At least you're not someone who says, well, you didn't do anything to me. That's very common among women who associate with abusers who eventually get exposed. No, I know. I mean, as soon as I started to find out what was going on, like, I will say that I did not disbelieve the stories. And in fact, it felt like it hit me like a truck, because it was like suddenly I could see everything, you know, I could see him for who he was. And I have also found out that he has told lies about me, like horrible things, things that are not true. And you just go, how could this have been a person that I associated with? But it's just a reminder that this whole, oh, well, I always, well, I knew that person was bad, I knew that person was an abuser. It is not always obvious. And I think I think there's layers here where there are people who know and they do nothing about it, and they enable that behavior, and that is bad, and that is wrong, and that is something that we talk about often here, about how in industries like Hollywood, that a lot of wealthy, powerful men get away with years of abuse, with this being an open secret, because of the culture that enables them. But then there's also the genuinely people who are taken by complete surprise. And I think it's a matter of what you do when presented with this information. So I can't help but to be internalizing a lot of anger. Like all day today, I've just been really angry. I've been so mad and upset for all the people that were harmed, who a lot of whom have not come out yet, maybe won't. I mean, this is just what happens, even when the dam breaks, even when people start to share their stories, it's such a personally violating thing. It's such a thing that, oh, if I come forward, then I'm always going to be associated with this. Then people are going to be talking about me. It's not an easy decision to publicly talk about something, which is why, knowing now that this has been something that people like women in Hassan's community, for example, have tried to say things and didn't feel like they had the space to, didn't feel like they were in, in communities that they could they could feel safe in and share their experiences. So that these are all things that, like, every time something like this happens, we have to take stock and we have to go, okay, we can't have this keep happening. We can't have this keep happening. And of course, Alex is responsible for his behavior, for what he did. And I hope he seeks the help that he needs. I hope that he really does leave the internet. And all I can say is that my desire is that he never hurts anybody ever again. But I also think that we can look at what we as individuals can also do in fixing this culture that is one where abuse still proliferates, where gender violence is still, unfortunately, always rearing its ugly head across the political spectrum. And so these are things that, like, we have to take very seriously. And I appreciated too that Hassan immediately called out that this is not drama. And it kind of reminded me of how a lot of times when I cover abuse in the entertainment industry, that it gets, like, waved away as celebrity gossip. And my God, I'm just a broken record talking about how this is something that the right has just totally seized on, and they have just dug their fingers into, and they know how much room there is there to radicalize people through pop culture. And it's like the similar attitude, though, of this violence, which is often against women, is just not treated seriously. It'll get dismissed as drama, as gossip, as something that is just doesn't hold serious weight. The way that it's framed and discussed is quite gross. A lot of abusers are able to mask their abuse from 99% of the people they come across and have big support systems. Most of the time, that's how they're able to fly under the radar for so long. They spend so much time building themselves up in others' eyes so they won't be torn down immediately when called out. Yeah. I have a resource for you to check out and share if you feel that you trust in their mission. It's called the Creator Accountability Network. It's a nonprofit that was created for situations involving creators and helping get justice. There's a whole story behind and the people who work with them I can share with you. Cool. Thank you for sending that. Unfortunate, but I really think that what we need to do is periodically check in and say, hey, if this is happening, this is abuse, it doesn't matter who it is, you need to let us as leaders in the community know. No one will judge you for it, but we need to take care of people in our community. If it's happening to you, it's probably happening to someone else. Yeah. I said this a lot yesterday, but I just want to reiterate that if we can't foster this in leftist communities, then how can we expect to fix these systemic issues? Like, we call out misogyny on the right. We call out, abusers whose politics are vile. And it's easily identifiable how toxic those spaces are to queer people, to women, to people of color, etc., to marginalized groups. But if we can't do this on our own turf, then it doesn't really seem like there's any sort of path to genuine societal change. I really feel like if we cannot call this out in our own communities, if we are not pushing ourselves to be better here on the left, and this isn't a matter of like purity politics or any of that shit. Okay. This is like, these are issues that do not have any, are not specific to any political ideology. The left forgets that they are not perfect too, hence why they're not critical about things like misogyny in the community. Yeah, and there's something especially painful when it happens on the left, when these bigotries rear their head in leftist communities, you know, when this violence is in our own communities, because it feels like the victims of that violence are expected to just sacrifice their well-being for the greater good. But what is the greater good? How are we going to like reorganize society to make it fair for all people when we can't even start with, you know, we can't even start with like highlighting these issues and trying to change them now? Like, the greater good for who? Abusing the trust this community and other mutual communities gave to him. I felt disappointment, much like Nandre mentioned, on how he felt. Even though I don't know the person, what grinds me is that the trust and feeling, hey, he's one of us. Thank you for speaking and representing, abusing that trust. Yeah, it's very painful. And it's a reminder that, you know, abusers who espouse leftist politics, they can use that as a way to prey on people, because there's this trust that builds from believing that someone is a morally good person because their politics are good. You know, it's used as like a camo. And then when you try and call it out, then you'll also run up against the issue of, well, we don't want to hurt, you know, we don't want to hurt our movement. We don't want to be associated with this kind of bad behavior. So you know, you're causing trouble, essentially. So, you know, the clip of me that I think was kind of going around on Twitter, I was essentially calling out people who are perhaps have either lost their principled nature or never had it to begin with. And it's a reminder that, like, you should not wait on your favorite content creator to give their opinion, to make their statement on something that is unfortunately an all too common issue in our society. We're like, by this point, if you haven't figured shit out, if you haven't identified, like, you know, these behaviors, if you don't understand consent, if you don't understand, like, that sexual coercion is abuse, that this stuff is, things right in our faces, then you need to go, like, do some reading. You need to go listen to people who talk about this kind of stuff. And you can't just be, also, you know, as I said yesterday, content creators, like, even political content creators, we are limited. You know, we're simply just individuals who talk on a live streaming platform, and we should neither be the beginning nor the end of your moral compass, like informing your principles. That's something that you need to do. And also, you know, we are all going to be limited by our blind spots, and it's something that I think, you know, we all have to be working on, and that's just the individual responsibility we all have. But keeping in mind that, like, your content creator that you watch every day, your streamer that you watch every day, is not the person who should be feeding your every single thought and determining your every single opinion. The fact that you even have to state that. But I do. The thing is, this shit happens every day all around us. Outside the world of streaming being online, it's so rampant, it needs to be stamped out. Sometimes Twitchy, thank you for the 3 months. Trapito, thank you for the prime. Somebody came in here and said, I'm here. Clip, by the way, I really appreciate you saying that. Welcome in, my cabbages. But how am I supposed to sound smart when discussing film if I don't listen to you and Will? I mean, look, I think on the scale of things, like waiting to hear someone's opinion on a film, you know, like that to me is of less seriousness than should I condemn this person as an abuser? I'm going to wait until the streamer that I listen to does, you know? I know you're just joshing, but for those of you who don't know, we literally have this discussion and pedagogy. We teach people not so they can repeat our viewpoint, but so that they can form their own opinions. The goal of teaching is not to create clones. Please form your own opinions about serious and moral issues. Yeah, and look, like I go out and I am always trying to learn from other people as well. You know, my opinions are not just ones, you know, every single opinion I have is true. Not one that I completely formulated on my own. But it's also a matter of like, you have to be very clear in what are your morals? What are your values? What are your principles? I want to read this piece. Who are you actually fighting for? This is by Roke Chams from 2017. I was a teenager when I first felt this shiver so deep that it made my blood run cold. I still remember his face and what he told me after I grabbed his hands as forcefully as I could and moved them away from my breasts. What, are you a lesbian? He laughed. His friend smirked as a rage quickly swelled up inside me. Yet all I could muster was a balled up fist and clenched teeth. I would fight myself each day for months, asking why I hadn't been brave enough to excise every tooth from his face. I'd go through these same battles as I grew older, and one day I realized that all the harassment and violent assaults began dictating not only how I behaved, but what I thought of myself and my humanity. There's no way to describe what it feels like to know that once the totality of what you've endured leaves your lips, you'll be forever changed in someone else's eyes, even those of your loved ones and comrades. It's now out in the world, and the consequences are beyond your control. The way in which sexual abuse is consumed and the fact that it is consumed at all has normalized even its most horrific aspects. Sexual violence against women specifically has become central to films, television programs, and novels. The reality of this trauma is there for audiences to view, process, and for industries to commodify. The more horrific and dehumanizing, the better. This ongoing saturation of depictions of abuse continues to impact how rape is understood and what language we use when discussing sexual violence. Women who occupy spaces on the left are having to navigate this terrain the same as others, fully aware that their male comrades will not save them, and may often engage in perpetuating this abuse. This violence and abusive behavior appears not only during physical interactions with women, but in the jokes they tell, the stories they amplify, and in their refusal to challenge the language that they employ. Our leftist communities are not immune to this brutality. There are even times in which the political associations of our comrades are used against us in a way that absolves them of their wrongdoings. We are told that they are pillars of the community, that they're admired, that they didn't mean it, that we must have misunderstood, and on it goes. The excuses are just as reactionary as those coming from any other space, and we are forced to combat them just as other women to prove our humanity. And this was something that I mentioned yesterday too, where if you are using rhetoric that when somebody on the right uses, you are able to call it out, but you can't identify when you yourself are using it. Like, that is a problem. That is a disconnect. When somebody on your side, your political side, is accused of bad behavior. And it's something where, you know, it seems pretty undeniable, and your instinct is to rush to defend, especially if it's a man of status. You have to recognize that, like, you are using the same harmful reactionary language that you're able to identify as wrong and call it out when people on the right are using it. If we are ever to dismantle oppression on a global and institutional scale, then we must first revolutionize our political spaces. And we begin that process at the very least by acknowledging the necessity of women's liberation and its importance in the wider fight against capitalism. Combating the reinforcement of patriarchy in our communities means challenging the way in which exploitation is reproduced amongst ourselves, how trauma is used as fodder for jokes, how silence is encouraged in order to spare our organizations from media attention, how victims are manipulated into questioning their memories and their feelings. If we are to do more than turn socialism into a hollow aesthetic, then these men, and oftentimes women, who so often ignore the violence of their comrades, must change. And this means that the women who knowingly amplify abusers, who entertain their rape apologia and accompanying jokes, should be expelled from our ranks should they not amend their behavior. Your friends and their degrading jokes aren't worth the air they consume, and the trauma they generate has a lasting impact that goes well beyond your fan clubs. You can't promote socialism while at the same time maintaining political and social relationships with those who see women as property and as punchlines. It is imperative that attitudes towards violence against women and women's liberation change, and that as socialists we do more than speak out after occasions wherein trauma is publicly exposed. So ask, what exactly are you fighting for? Is it the dismantling of these exploitative violent systems? Is it the rejection of patriarchal institutions in favor of emancipatory socialism? Or is your existence in these political spaces for selfish ends? What are you doing to build an anti-capitalist future, free from exploitation? There's a reason we're not laughing, and it's not because we can't take a joke. It's because the pain, humiliation, and misery brought on by abuse and violence against women isn't funny. We don't ask that you simply do better, but that you do better or get out of our way. Here, I'll link that for anybody who wants that. You know, and something that I was like talking about, I was talking about last night with Sam. I was like, you know, it's so frustrating because I feel like as a woman, when I call out misogyny, when I start talking about the patriarchy, there's kind of this tendency to eye roll. There's like this, oh, here goes this woman talking, you know, here goes this talking about feminism, talking about misogyny. But if I were a man, and if I were like a good-looking straight guy, people would fucking love me for it. They would. And I can only imagine this is also how, like, you know, how queer people feel when they're talking about queerphobia, like a trans person talking about transphobia, a black person talking about anti-black racism, where you're like, yeah, you think I want to be talking about this shit all the time? This affects me every single day. It's exhausting. I don't want to have to fucking talk about this either. And there is this tendency to kind of tune it out when like a person who is from a marginalized group is talking about that marginalization. And yet when somebody who's on, you know, a part of the in-group does, there is like this reverence. There is this like, yes, we will defer to them. It really is like straight guys on the left. We love to like lavish praise on them because when it comes to misogyny, we're just so used to men being pieces of shit. And it is like one of those things where I go, man, as a straight white guy, to not be a total piece of shit means that you'll just have praise heaped upon you. And also it then gives you a shield. So you do have guys like Alex who take advantage of that, you know, who, like so many people were, and I'm not condemning, like, I want to be very clear that it's not this, how dare you like someone, or how dare you, want to follow someone because they are espousing good politics. But we do have to be so fucking for real about the fact that what I'm saying is true. It's like the bare fucking minimum of not being like an Andrew Tate then means that as a straight guy, you're like elevated to almost hero worship. And I gotta, and something like, I'm just gonna say it, okay? One example that has always bothered me is the way that, like, misogyny with the Dirtbag Left podcast, like Chapo and Come Town, is like hand waved over. And I have seen people try to call it out, and those fan bases will attack them. And it's like, it gets, oh, sorry, you can't take jokes. Hello, they do comedy. And it's like, man, is this the best that we can do? Really? And if that's the best that we can do, if like if guys on the left are just immune from criticism for perpetuating misogynistic, transphobic, ableist, etc., these, variety of bigotries because, well, they're the good guys, then, like, we're in hell. We're already in hell. This cannot be the case. It cannot be that just because, okay, sure, they're not they're not Matt Walsh's, and they're not they're not sex traffickers. So the Lefty podcast saying that people are too woke for not wanting to hear misogyny. I'm so fucking sick of it. I'm sick of it. You get slapped with the, like, being too woke, being a purity, being obsessed with purity politics. And it's like, look at my leftist, dog. And let me be clear, like, I get it is frustrating when say, criticizing female politicians like Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton gets called misogyny, because rather than engaging with the actual criticism, which is being critical of their neoliberalism, you have liberals, who will go, oh, well, it's just because of misogyny. I get that gets weaponized in a way to critique socialism without actually engaging with the tenets of socialism. Okay. I understand. And once upon a time when I was like big time lib, I was totally there. All right. I couldn't engage with criticism of Hillary because I was blinded by my belief that it was all just rooted in misogyny. And now it's not to say that it's not to say that there is not also misogyny that kind of can be weaved through that, but I understand the difference. But what happens is often you try and fairly criticize leftists, and you get hit with the bad faith, disingenuous, you're being too woke, you're libbed up, insults. It's not that we can't take a joke. It's that your joke is fucking bigoted. Learn from it and be better. It never needs to be a whole issue, but because they feel attacked, they lash out. I mean, how often do you hear that on the right too? Of the, oh, it's comedy is dead. Wokeism killed comedy. Or now comedy's back because we can say the R word. And that's the other fucking thing. I am not cool with that shit. I am not, like, what are we doing? Who are we? What? It's not cool. You're not cool. You're not a cool leftist because you're out here saying the R word. You're gross. It's not comedy. What are you even fucking talking about? I'm tired of it. Like, I'm just, you know what? I have just been losing my mind a lot. Been losing my mind a lot. Mike Cabbages, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The R word Republican. It's kind of crazy. Now, I'm not trying to do like the horseshoe theory or anything like that, okay? Because I know that gets you so disingenuously to like attack pro-Palestine, anti-Israel leftists. You know, I see a lot of the like horseshoe theory of like being a Nazi. And that's gross. But it is like really frustrating to see how these things that have become a big part of being right wing, like, oh, we have the freedom now to use the R slur. Oh, comedy is back. And that comedy is just completely rooted in misogyny and racism. That it's like when I see this stuff on the left, I go, what are we doing here? So what are our differences? It's that one side is anti-capitalist and the other side is not, but everything else in between is fine. We are tired. I get you. Permission to take a trip on the wild side? Permission granted. Kayla, thank you for the tier 1. IB, thank you for the prime. Sometimes Twitchy, thank you. A guest on Chapo recently said the R slur, and I was so confused at how loud it was. Yeah. You can't you can't promote socialism, as the writer of this piece I just read wrote. You cannot promote socialism while at the same time maintaining political and social relationships with those who see women as property and punchlines. I'm like there as a woman on the left, and I know that. Are you serious? What are you mad? It's what are you mad? It's just a slur, bro. Yeah, I'm just too woke. Okay, yeah. So here we go. Let me show this as an example. Who gives a fuck about language, man? There's fascists kidnapping people. Can we get our priorities straight? So you're doing the thing where there's only one thing that matters and nothing else is important without understanding how it's connected. Do you understand how language absolutely matters? Do you not see how the language of somebody like Donald Trump, the fascist who you are referring to, is incredibly violent in the language that he uses, and that language has an effect on radicalizing people? Classic, there are worse things happening. Classic, like, oh, how dare you care about this issue because this issue is happening. No, I'm just saying the language of the R word is... No, I understand you're saying that it's unimportant compared to people being kidnapped. So therefore, we shouldn't care about it at all. But I think what you're missing is that it is all a part of how reactionary we have shifted overall. And also, like, it's the easiest thing in the world. Let me just real quick. It is so fucking easy to not say slurs. And if you cannot, then how the fuck can we expect you to be a part of any movement to fix systemic issues? You think that we're going to stop fascism when we have people like you who can't even stop saying the R slur? It's like the easiest fucking thing to not say. And that is a sign of you being a weak sack of shit. That you can't even do that. That if the easier stuff, the easy zero effort stuff is impossible, then how the fuck are we going to fix these systems that are crushing the working class every single day? You said the R word tonight. No one is saying you're bad. I hate when I waste my time arguing with someone who is literally just making fiction. They are just creating fiction. And I can't argue with fiction. I can't. Are they talking about rape being the R word? Bro, I don't know. I simply do not. But you know what? Actually, it's still good that I address that because there are other people who need to hear that. All right. I'm just going to move on. I am going to move on. But there are other people who need to hear that and need to know that they sound like fucking losers. Okay. You sound like an idiot when you're out here like proudly using the R slur, okay? You sound dumb, and if you can't not use that word, then we cannot expect you to be a part of any movement whatsoever. You serve no purpose. You cannot do anything. Bro wants to say slurs so much they're hearing phantom slurs. I know, the way people want to die on the hill of being allowed to say slurs. Bro. Bruh. Aiden L, thank you for the 6 months shawarma. Thank you for the 23 months legit. Thank you for the gifted It's a Me Amada. Thank you for the tier 1. Belk Angel. Thank you for the prime spell bag of ice. Thank you for the 12 months. Hi. If your ideology is not rooted in empathy for other human beings, you're not on our side. You're just adopting a convenient aesthetic. Yeah. It's as simple as that. You're not a leftist, okay? Because like leftism is inherently rooted in humanity, in empathy. So you ain't on the team. You've just adopted the aesthetics of it in whatever way works best for you. It's the same thing I say about when we talk about anti-Semitism, it's like this problem of anti-Semitism on the left. First of all, of course, it is always being conflated with anti-Israel, being anti-Israel, but you are not adhering to actual leftist beliefs, tenets, ideology when you engage in any form of bigotry. So, okay. Padraig, now you're being so fucking annoying. I think they're enjoying. Let me. Yeah, you know what? I'm gatekeeping leftism from you because ain't nobody want you around here. So go take a break. And if you come back and you're not being so fucking stupid, then we can reconsider. It's just stay outside. Just go. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, like something that I have seen marginalized people express is that they are not feeling welcome, or they are reaching a point of like not being able to be involved with the left because the bigotries that they're expected to deal with are so pervasive. And it's why, like, we have to be calling this shit out. Yep, and I don't blame them. Yeah, I mean, I said this yesterday too, so sorry I'm repeating myself a lot. But if I were a woman on the right, I would be uplifted by the misogynistic and sexist men around me, because I would be promoting I would be promoting the things that they are promoting as well. And it's like as a woman saying these things, it's justifiable. And it's why right-wing women succeed often in ways that like left-wing women don't, because they are not pushing back on, they're not pushing back on the people who are on their side. And they are, by the nature of being members of marginalized groups who are saying these really hateful and harmful things, by tokenizing themselves, by being like, by being like, no, it's okay to say this stuff and to believe this stuff because I, as a woman, I, as a black person, I, as a queer person, are saying these things. And so there's just like more, they're just the way that the right operates in collaborating with one another. And you see what happens too when a woman like Lauren Southern, for instance, starts calling out abusive behavior from these right-wing men that she has surrounded herself with. She is kicked out. So you put up and you well, not even shut up, like you advocate for this as well. Yeah. I'm glad your voice exists in the space TBH. There's so many dudes that it just sometimes feels like I'm exaggerating. Yeah, and you kind of feel like you just have to yeah, my community is very inviting. I want y'all to feel like you belong here, except for that person I just timed out. Okay, you do not belong here. And I want this to be a space that that you feel welcome in, and we learn things and we have fun. But I will always specifically say to women, like, as a woman, I want you to be in here. I want you to feel like you don't just have to be in communities that are dominated by men. And we have a lot of diversity in this community. I'm very proud of the fact that we have a lot of women here, because Twitch is a platform that's dominated by men, whether streamers or viewers, you know, it's just a lot of men. And so I am a 32-year-old woman. I am here. I have created this space that I want you to be a part of, that I want you to know that I see you, I hear you, I understand you. You know, one thing that like pushes me every single day is knowing that there aren't a lot of women who have communities like this, who do talk about the things I talk about. So like it keeps me going. I keep moving forward even when I just want to tear my hair out, because I know how important it is to have these spaces. Only one male Twitch mod, and we love Anonymous. He is the best. But yeah, the mod team, you know, we have almost all women, femme presenting mods. We have we have a great community. So I will always unapologetically be pro women. I will always be out here, you know, really firmly in my womanhood, and in having a space for women, for all, but especially for women who feel like they have nowhere to go. Or it's like, you know, okay, well, I like this guy, you know, this guy's good too, but I'm tired. I'm tired of it being all men. I know this is off topic, but are you making the athlete of the week pick mug merch? Well, that was a joke. But never say never. Oh God, Andre, did you send me something that's going to piss me off? So happy to find your stream after what happened the last few days in the leftist spaces I thought were safe for women. I was so shocked and scared to know what I had surrounded myself with until someone had posted your convo about this. Yeah, and I think that it's just a reminder for us to be cognizant of what's happening in our own communities, and make sure that people feel safe and welcome, and if there are problems that they can have the space to speak up and have these issues addressed. I said elsewhere, this community feels like hanging out with the cool, smart kids and having productive conversations, watching cult classics and hitting the occasional weed vape. We do like the occasional weed vape. I feel very safe and welcome here as a trans woman. Great. That makes me very happy. This is one of the few leftist spaces that I mostly feel confident in speaking about the specific things trans men face and when we're forgotten in the convo. Yeah, I mean, as I've said a million times, you know, I'm just me, and I try my best, and oftentimes I speak through my specific lens of being a woman of color in this world. But my hope is that I continue to foster a community where things can be brought up, things can be addressed, and you're not going to feel like you're just going to be dogpiled, that the community is going to turn on you. I never want that. And I will say, I have the advantage of not having too massive of a community, because it can get harder to kind of control what's going on. Like, I really think we're at a sweet spot. Truly, I have never wanted to be a bigger creator, because I just would worry that we would kind of lose the intimacy of the community, and it would turn into problems where, you know, you start getting dogpiling and people being attacked for going against the majority or whatever. Spoon Fried Beans, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Dragon on Me, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Giancarlo, thank you for the 2 months. Ming Hao, thank you for the tier 1. Aiden L, thank you for the 6 months. Shawarma, thank you. Hello. Hi. How was Tux shopping? Okay. I want us to get to 50K subs, so you have to run for Congress, though. Yeah, we'll see. Chartreuse, think of it 2 months. Okay, Nandre sent me this. My friend just sent me this. What the fuck is wrong with men? What is this? Favorite movie? What is saddest? Saddest movie is Avengers Endgame. Oh,
I'll check it out.
Thanks for the gift.
Okay.
Some workout clothes, because as I told y'all, I've been hitting the gym. I'm still on my gym arc. And I think that's how I got a home run at my softball game last week. Oh, cute. I like this color. I like the color. Thank you. Got myself a new gym outfit. Swole Quan coming through, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. Avengers Endgame being the saddest movie, I just objectively, that's not true.
All right, I'm off the phone with my parents. You like it?
I do. I love the
Check out the
color.
pants.
No, I'm obsessed. You know this is my shit.
Check out the pants.
You know I'm all about this. So, Nandre just sent me this. Okay, look at this. Doing this trend with my brother, and it's a letterbox thing. Favorite movie. Wait till you get to this part. Hold on. Saddest movie, Avengers Endgame.
I mean, based. Can you say based?
Can you say based?
All right.
Did you and Marat find a tux?
Found many.
You found many? He's step bro. He's the bro who stepped up. Did you guys have fun?
We had a great time.
Aww. Aww. Yeah, Marat has been adopted. He is in our family now. Batting cage stream when? One of these days. Will is Marat's brother-in-law because he's married to Hassan. Yeah, there's some weird family dynamics happening there. He's his stepbrother, also brother-in-law. There's a lot going on. Favorite horror movie? Smile. Most hated character? Jenny from Forrest Gump. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. You know, this is one of those where I go, I think you got to watch some more movies. The smile slide made me immolate. Yeah. I mean, look, I enjoyed it, but the best horror movie of all time being Smile, you got to watch more movies. I can't wait for Weapons 2. I'm so excited. Timmy, thank you for the 9 months. DJ Kento, thank you for the 100 months, 100 bits. What's your saddest movie? Okay. Saddest movies. Hear me out. The Fox and the Hound. Devastating. When the old lady drops the fox off. I would also say the movie that makes me just sob is Portrait of a Lady on Fire. The first 10 minutes of Up. Yeah, I mean, there's so many answers that I could have. Iron Giant. I guess it's not like Iron Giant. I know. I mean, it makes me cry too. I'm trying to think of movies that are just like completely though devastating. Green Mile is so sad too. Yeah. After Sun, devastated by it. Portrait of a Lady on Fire was a movie my girlfriend suggested me for a year. When I watched it with her, I wept like a baby. I also wept like a baby. It just the last scene. I remember reading Jessica Chastain said that she would watch that last scene over and over again. I was like, me too, Jessica Chastain. Me too. Philip Seymour Hoffman's speech in Synecdoche impacted my life decisions. I couldn't sleep the night. Philip Seymour Hoffman will get you. Also, I mean, the speech in friggin' Good Will Hunting. It's not your fault. Like, it's not your fault. I know. It's not your fault. I know. It's not your fault. It's just too much. Oh, God. Slushy, thank you for the bits. I really like to cry in movies. Shawshank Redemption ending. I mean, I love to have emotional experiences in films. I'm all about it. Like, sign me up, you know? Bridge to Terabithia. Can you believe that a lot of us as kids read that book and were just forever fucked up? Just casually the most devastating thing. Anime is a good to watch for emotional experiences. Yeah, I just started getting into anime. You have to watch Grave of the Fireflies, but only once. Grave of the Fireflies. That is a 1988 film. I mean, also, hello, Brokeback Mountain. Hello. Hello. Atonement. I'm naming all films that we've seen for film class here on the stream. I'm like, hello, Atonement, anybody? Movie is so devastating. I saw the TV Glow was so gorgeous. It's my dream. It is my dream to talk to Jane Schoenbrunn on stream. I so badly want to talk to Jane, especially because she's doing a slasher film with Hannah Einbinder and Gillian Anderson. Hello? Like, that's my shit. Do we have a letterbox for film class? I think we do. I always think about the tweet that has a picture of Anna Sophia Robb and says she low-key fell off. It's because she died in Terabithia. Hello? Okay. This video is about misogyny. I swear, just watch 10 seconds and you'll see. Is this the Golden Labubu? Is this the Golden Labubu? You know that I actually have not looked at this, even though I've seen it. I've seen like screenshots and people referencing it all over my timeline. It's just one of those things that like I never stop to actually watch it.
Carat gold Labubu. Now, I believe the people telling me that
my God, she's British.
This is fake are men, because men hate to see a successful woman doing better than them. You know it's fire when the basics are hating, and you know I'm pretty convinced that 99% are men, because they can't see a woman succeed. Anyway, today's test is Coca-Cola test. What we're going to do is we are going to open this brand new can of Coca-Cola and we are going to pour it over the 24 karat.
That is like so clearly spray paint.
Gold Labubu.
Labubu.
So let's get to it.
Karl Marx would have loved Labubu.
First of all, open the can of Coca-Cola. Now let's tip it over the 20...
I'm sorry, is that a British thing to call everything Coca-Cola? Like, this is very clearly a Pepsi.
4-carat gold Labubu. Let's see if any of the colour comes off.
No, she called Coke Pepsi in another vid. Okay, so it's a her thing. Oh, wait, but that's a Southern thing, though, right? To call everything Coke? I think I learned that one time on stream. They're like, people from the South call everything Coke.
As you can see, it's still 24-carat gold and the colour has not come off. And I'll tell you why. Because it's made of 24-carat gold.
You know what? I love her because this is the type of rage bait that I can get on board with. This is like, I am not on board with fuck ass Azalea Banks, and no one should give her any attention anymore. I think we need to collectively treat her the way that we do all these fucking losers who are just trying to get a crumb of attention, who are very clearly grifting every which way they can, who are so desperate for relevancy that they have no problem typing out the most disgusting shit online. They have no qualms about it. So I have said this repeatedly. It is time that she fades into obscurity, because the only thing that Azalea has now is pissing people off. And I get it. I have talked about her repeatedly, but it's kind of the same way that I treat like a Brianna Wu, where I go, nah, I'm done. I'm not wasting my time giving you what you want. One hit wonder, and the producer had way more talent than she ever did on her own. Yeah. So when it comes to rage baiting, I'm all down for this. 24-carat Labubu. So anyway, and like, people who have not been paying attention to her would not, will you be watching? I mean, probably. I watch pretty much all horror. It's certified fresh, 99%. Okay, let's talk about fuck ass Leo DiCaprio. Are we gonna talk about Justin Trudeau tonight? You mean, are we gonna talk about Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry dating? I think it was Matt Bernstein who wrote this on Instagram, and I was feeling the exact same way about it. Let me pull up what he posted. He posted a picture of a news report of that Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry are dating. He said, "I think the universe as we knew it collapsed in 2020, and ever since then we've been living in a parallel reality that occasionally reveals its own glitches, like holes in the ozone layer." Like, we are in a parallel reality where Katy Perry is, only producing music that's woman's world, and she's dating Justin Trudeau. And like, one of the biggest celebrities is JoJo Siwa. You think it happened when Harambe was shot? You think it goes back there? Okay, so let me we'll talk about Leo after this. There are 3 relationships in the celebrity world that have the people talking. Number 1. Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau. So Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom split, and apparently she is going to dinner with the former Canadian PM. Isn't he married? No. Remember, he was like always on the hottest political bachelor list. It would be like him and Cory Booker. So no, Justin Trudeau is famously not married, and he's always been the like, that's my fave hot guy political bachelor. So I guess we've got what would their celebrity Caden Perdow. We got Perdow, Justy. We've got Justy, everyone. We've got Justy. He got divorced and he and his wife had cheating rumors before the divorce. Classic. He hasn't always been single. He split with his wife not that long ago. Okay, I did forget about that. So let me amend. Yes, now I'm remembering the cheating stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't fucking know. This is one of those where it's just like, yeah, why not? What the hell? Sure. I think there's a lot of news that I react to and I just go, what the hell? Sure. I guess it makes sense. I don't know. We live in an alternate timeline. She's kind of Quebec coded low key. You know what? I will defer to you on that. You're telling me you don't have a 15-page essay on every opinion you have about this? No, but relationship number 2, I do have more to say. And that is... Now, I will have you guys know, Will Neff sent me photos of this today. And in all caps, he went, holy shit. He went, you have to report on this. TC and Anna, what the fuck? And I was like, dude, you think I haven't already been all over this? It's like if I send him something football and I go, oh my God, like this is crazy. And it's like, yeah, he's already seen this. I covered this too. First of all, there have been rumors of them dating for a while now. It seems to be confirmed because they're holding hands. Okay, but there have been rumors for a while because of Mission Impossible. But the thing that I brought up yesterday is there was that celebrity snark account that posted the photo of Nicole Kidman, was like, Nicole Kidman always keeping it real. And it was very clearly insulting her and being rude, as a lot of these celebrity, snark accounts do. And Ana de Armas had liked the post. And I went, you know what makes this interesting is Ana de Armas is now dating Nicole Kidman's ex, Tom Cruise. So what does that mean? And now what you're probably thinking is, does this mean that Ana de Armas is in the cult of Scientology? And I would say probably, because this has been something that every woman who has been with Tom Cruise has like either been forced into or refused, and then it ended the relationship. Like, yes, there is a likelihood here that Ana de Armas is worshiping at the Church of Scientology. And if she's not, then only not yet. Yeah. Yep. So, another one bites the dust. Or maybe she's the one who finally gets Tom to break out of Scientology. It's a love story for the ages. She's like, Tom, I'll only date you if you leave Scientology. And he's like, you know what? What the hell? Sure. Can you imagine that though? I know. I mean, I've always thought, and well, not just thought, but like the thing about Scientology is that they have blackmail on the people who are members of the church. It's one reason why a lot of people have surmised that Tom Cruise has never left Scientology. Now, it could be because he's just totally is bought and sold, like he just straight up. What's it's not Joseph Smith, Scientology, David Miscavige. Yeah, he's just bought into the teachings of David Miscavige, aliens and volcanoes or whatever the hell. But it could also be because Scientology, like cults do, they will collect blackmail on people, and essentially it's what keeps them in the cult. People are saying Pamela and Liam are real, but to me, okay, so relationship number 3 that dropped supposedly is Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson, which has a lot of people being like, whoa, because Liam Neeson has not dated anyone since he lost his wife, Natasha Richardson, which, if you remember, she died in a tragic skiing accident. She fell and hit her head, and she ended up passing away from her brain bleeding. And so Liam has not been linked to somebody since, and until now, which apparently he's dating Pamela Anderson. They do have a movie coming out. That movie is The Naked Gun. Now it could be PR. Liam Neeson doesn't really strike me as a guy who does these kinds of PR moves, you know? But it could also be just a thing that happens all the time, which is 2 co-stars on a film start dating. Like, it's a tale as old as time. Liam Neeson declared he was done with dating before he struck up a romance with Pamela Anderson. Last October, 9 months before a source confirmed that the co-stars of The Naked Gun are in the early stages of dating, he got candid about putting the brakes on his love life, and it covers story with People. He's 73? Holy shit. Asked if he dates, he said no. In a word, I'm past all that. But maybe not. Maybe Miss Baywatch has captured the heart of Mr. Taken. Pamela woke it back up. Yeah. So anyway, those were the 3 celeb-shinships that dropped today. Okay, so speaking of celebrities, I've heard he's a nice dude. Yeah, the only thing on Liam Neeson that I always remember is like his weird comments, his like weird racist revenge fantasy. It's just something that forever I cannot get out of my brain. This was when like I said, there are pop culture things that are in my brain that I can't get rid of to make space for other things. So Liam Neeson was giving an interview with a British newspaper, and he voluntarily offered up this story about how he once spent a week walking the streets with a club in his hand, looking for a black guy to murder because a woman who was close to him was raped by a guy who she said was black. And Liam Neeson was like, yeah, I have a particular set of skills. And by that, I'm just going to go find a random black guy and kill him. Yep. Yeah, like that's not the way to offer solidarity to a victim of rape. Let me just state that for the record, okay? Like that is so wild. No, he didn't actually do it, but the fact that like he just offered that up in this interview had people being like, what the hell? What is your problem, dude? The amount of people I've seen online be like, wow, so people can't grow and change. It's like, okay, first of all, y'all, he was like a full-ass adult. And it's not that he acted on it, but it's like he had this weird ass fantasy, this racist fantasy that then he authored up voluntarily. Like, nobody was waterboarding him. It's not as if that was being forced out of. Someone wasn't like, hey, name a time where you had a crazy racist revenge fantasy. And he's like, oh, okay, well, there was this one time that I walked the streets with a club looking for a black guy to kill after a woman that was close to me was raped by a black man. They're like, oh, okay, great, thanks. That one should have just stayed. That should never not have been made public, dude. So he did say he was ashamed that he did it for maybe a week, hoping that some, in his own words, black bastard would come out of a pub and have a go at me about something, so that I could kill him. And he was promoting his film. He was promoting a film of his. Have you seen his appearance in the Atlanta episode? No, I have not.
Hey, man.
I have not.
White Hennessy neat, please. Thank you.
Hey, I know you. You're that rapper, right?
Paperboy, yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't you,
Oh, yeah. I've got a particular set of skills.
Oh, shit. Man, you about the last person I expect to see in here, man.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone expects to see anyone in here.
Right, man. I mean, this place is like weird, right? Like it's weird. I mean, I ain't never been no place like this before.
No, it's unreal, all right.
Damn.
How'd you get here?
I just followed the local.
What'd they do?
What you mean?
Oh, did they strangle a fan? Shag a teenager? How'd they get in?
Thank you.
No, you don't have to say. It's fine. It's your business.
Love how surreal this show gets at times.
Read about
I
my
know.
transgression. You know, what I said about what I wanted to do to a black guy, any black guy, when I was a younger man in London. A friend of mine had been raped, and I acted out of anger. I look back now, and it honestly frightens me. I thought people knowing who I once was made clear who I am, who I've become. But, with all that being said, I am sorry. I apologize if I hurt people.
Well,
Like, this is meta as
between you
hell.
and me,
Like, this is not even just meta.
Still-
This is just straight up what happened.
fuck with taking. Shit, man. And look, it's good to know that you don't hate black people now, you know?
What? No. I can't stand a lot of you. Well, now I feel that way. Because you tried to ruin my career. Didn't succeed, mind you. However, I'm sure one day I will get over it. But until then, we are mortal enemies. I'll see you around, big lad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all right, man. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. But then you learn that you shouldn't say shit like that?
Aye. But I also learned that the best and worst part about being white is you don't have to learn anything if you don't want to. Take it easy, paper boy.
Holy shit. God, I have to go back and I need to watch the show in its entirety because Will was watching it, and so I saw I saw bits and pieces, like I saw some episodes, but I just need to go back and watch it start to finish. my God. So, yeah, also, ironically, the film he was promoting when he had made those comments was Cold Pursuit. And not that this is a unique Liam Neeson type of character, but it was about a man who was committing a series of revenge killings after his son had died. So it just was like too on the nose, but he did say that he sought help for this violent fantasy. And he talked about it with his priest and friends, and then he shed his violent thoughts by taking brisk 2-hour walks every day, which is a reminder, y'all, that touching grass is incredibly important. I just also like, I just think you just think about this, like if black people acted out revenge for having been harmed by, like having someone in their life or themselves who was harmed by a white person. Well, touching grass to not be in. Yeah, touching grass, going on 2-hour walks a day so that you don't have violent fantasies about killing a random black guy. And it's like, look, it's very sad what happened to his friend. And, you know, being outraged over that and wanting justice for your friend who was violently victimized, that is a good thing. But veering off into where the place that Liam Neeson went, that ain't it. What happens the day he misses his walk? Well, can't be good. Okay. All right. Now we're going to talk about Leo DiCaprio. So the Pop Crave post that someone posted earlier is true. Leo DiCaprio has been quietly working on getting a luxury hotel. The building of a luxury hotel approved in Tel Aviv, in Israel. You cannot make this shit up. But hold on a second. It's all good because the luxury hotel, which will boast 365 rooms and is set to be built in the Herzliya Marina area of Tel Aviv, is eco-friendly. Now, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. Great question. What it means is bullshit. But yeah, that's how he or his team are trying to promote this as like, no, you don't understand. It's actually really good because it's an eco-friendly luxury hotel. Thank God. That's awesome. You know what? No problems here. So he owns a 10% stake in the project with the rest of the equity split between the Herrig Group and the brothers Ahikam and Lior Cohen. The partnership was first announced in 2018. 6 years later, in 2024, it gained approval for deposit, and according to the Jerusalem Post, has now been given final approval. Yeah, this is some greenwashing shit. Reportedly, the reason for the delay is due to their plans to increase the building rights from 10,000 square meters to 51,000 square meters. It's set to have 14 floors, which will hold 365 rooms. Last year, chairman of the Tel Aviv District Committee, Eran Nitzan, stated of the plans, the plan mirrors the committee's support for and promotion of hotel initiatives along the coastline and within marinas. It aims to develop a promenade, a public square, and a restaurant facades along the hotel stretch, enhancing public spaces. Meanwhile, the Hara Group said in an official statement in 2024, we welcome the decision of the Tel Aviv District Committee. The Herzliya Marina project is another instance of the group's strategic planning spanning various real estate ventures, including urban renewal, profitable real estate, and hotels. The meticulous planning reflects our commitment to international standards. Oh, really? Because when it comes to adhering to international standards, that's something that Israel fails over and over again. But I guess when it has to do with real estate, they're in the green. DiCaprio, a United Nations messenger for peace, has not publicly acknowledged the ongoing situation in Gaza, which, may I remind you, is a genocide, which the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres described on July 29th as a humanitarian catastrophe of epic proportions. It is a genocide. They are in the, what seems to be the final stage of man-made famine. They are mass starving the people of Palestine, as a reminder. This week, ministers from around the world gathered in New York at a United Nations meeting to call for, Anyway, so there's a reason that someone like Leo has not said anything about Israel yet, has not condemned Israel, has not said anything about Palestine. And that is because, namely, he is building a luxury hotel in Tel Aviv. So, of course, he's not going to say anything about the genocidal apartheid state that has just approved his hotel, which he owns a 10% stake in. Eco-friendly is a magical phrase that washes away all crimes. And as a reminder that there is no such thing as an eco-friendly luxury hotel, and to try and greenwash Israel's crimes by distracting with this story over here and kind of diverting away from the fact that not only is Israel committing genocide, they are committing ecocide as well. The catastrophic damage that they have done to Gaza's environment is something that Leo DiCaprio should care about immensely, because this is a guy who has made his whole thing to be caring about the environment. And he doesn't give a fuck about the catastrophic environmental damage that Israel, a state in which he is building a luxury hotel, has been doing. The environmental impact of Israel's genocide is incredibly far-reaching, okay? The soil in Gaza contains radioactive and carcinogenic elements because of the bombs that have been dropped. Bombs that are the equivalent at this point of how many nuclear how many of the nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima. On Hiroshima and Nagasaki, isn't it 10 times the amount of nuclear power? Conveniently, Israel might as well be the number one spot to run away to from authorities for those looking to avoid age of consent violations. Yeah, I think Leo probably feels right at home. So just to obviously this is so disgusting on its face. I don't think this is something that you look at and go, oh yeah, I don't see any problems there. But just to remember that the ecocide that is a part of the damage that Israel has done to Gaza and also to the West Bank. I mean, heartbreakingly today, this came out that Ada Hathaline, who was he's an activist who lives in Masafer Yatta, which is the community that was at the center of No Other Land, the documentary that won the Oscar this year, that he was murdered by settlers. This is what's happening in the West Bank. So, I mean, it's very heartbreaking and so just makes you want to scream. It makes you want to scream. And to see someone like Leo DiCaprio, who has pretended to care about the environment, not give a shit about what is happening to Palestinians, and what is happening to Palestinians also includes the destruction of their environments, the destruction of their homes in the West Bank, in Gaza. And you have major celebrities like Leo who are, always going to the White House, who are talking about, making the environment better, who can't even speak on the egregious environmental environmental damage, the ecocide that is occurring. It's like, okay, maybe you don't want to speak on like the people who are being bombed and starved to death, which fuck you. What the hell? Okay, I don't know why the fuck that just popped up. What the hell? The EA app is running? Why? Stop. I already played this. Okay, sorry. Anyway. This is called domicide. By the way, it's a legitimate term in genocide studies. Yes, it refers to the deliberate destruction of housing by humans. So there are, so there's like, there's just a lot happening here. The environmental destruction in Gaza is a reminder of how all of this is connected: genocide, environmental destruction, human, mass human suffering. Like, this is all interconnected. It's why someone like Greta Thunberg, who became well known for her environmental advocacy, then broadened her activism into being anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist. Like, she understood how these systems of destruction are all connected. Oh God, this story is just it's so sad. And it's a reminder too that, like, in Palestinian territories in the West Bank, the Palestinians who live on their land in their territory are subjected to military law, whereas the settlers who are there illegally, per international law, this is not objective. This is not a subjective, like, maybe they're, no, they are there illegally, that they are subjected to civilian law. And the settler who murdered Ada, he was placed under house arrest. And the family of Ada was arrested. And the murderous piece of shit is being protected and supported by the IDF and the Israeli police. It's a PR persona Leo continues to don long after it ceased to resonate with anyone. Like, is anyone believing his bullshit anymore? Because I hope not. I hope that you can see this and understand that Leo is just a fucking capitalist, okay? And his adopting an environmental platform is not rooted in any genuine solidarity with, in any genuine solidarity with the people around this globe who are especially being affected by climate change. Let's be honest, he's been shite forever, him and his date rape squad in the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, Leo being a piece of shit is fork found in kitchen. He's always been a hypocrite. He says he cares about the environment, then he hangs out on these mega yachts. I mean, yeah, he was just a fucking Jeff Bezos's wedding, which was protested. Like, people in Venice, the people who live, Italians who live in Venice, were protesting Jeff Bezos and his rich friends taking over the city. And Leo was trying to hide his face under a ball cap. Yeah, but he saved trees, though, flying in his private jet. Like, this is a guy who goes on mega yachts, who flies private jets, who has no problem has no problem with billionaires and with corporations that are destroying this globe. Why does someone as rich as him need even more money? Well, you know, that's a question that those of us who do not have insatiable greed are always asking. We're like, I don't get it. Aren't you fucking rich enough? You're like one of the most famous actors in Hollywood. Why do you have a 10%? Why do you need to have a 10% stake in a luxury hotel that's being built in Israel? Why do alcoholics want more booze? Yeah, I mean, Leo is so fucking rich. It's not like, oh, well, he just, you know, he needs a little bit more money in order to in order to afford his health insurance. B Swans, thank you for the prime. This just pissed me off so bad though. And I'm happy to see, you know what though? I'm happy to, and this also like feels like an Onion article. This feels like satire, and so often the lines between satire and reality feel so blurred. The way that I was seeing this promoted as an eco-friendly luxury hotel, I'm like, that feels ripped out of an Onion headline. But I'm glad to see that when these kinds of stories come out, a lot of people's response is go fuck yourself, especially celebrities, you know, having celebrities being connected to Israel. Regina Spektor is, oh God, let's look at that moment. Hold on. I think I have this. Regina's, which sucks. I used to be a fan of hers. Oh, Regina Spektor, who is a Zionist, by the way. This is like not the first time that she has demonstrated that she is a Zionist. She is she has publicly expressed support for Israel, including post October 7th. She also, like, I remember there was something where maybe it's mentioned here. Wait, there was like someone that she had unfollowed who was pro-Palestine. Like, it was a whole thing. Anyway, okay. Here's the part from her concert. Yes, Julian Casablanca. So Julian Casablanca, who is a musician, he is the lead singer and songwriter for The Strokes. And he had posted, he had denounced the genocide in Gaza, and then there was like something where like Regina Spektor ended up unfollowing him. Oh, he also tweeted support for Aaron Bushnell. Elema, thank you for the tier 1. Fucking losers.
Where are you?
Oh my God, seriously?
All right. I thought this was different than the internet. This is real life.
here's my take on stuff now, okay? As a celebrity, as any type of public figure, I especially feel this way about politicians because of their being the power in this country, the decision makers, the ones who are literally funding the genocide with our tax dollars, who are enabling this because of their positions in Congress. But I feel like as a person, and Regina Spektor falls under this, who's a public figure and has publicly supported Israel, I am always going to be for your ass being called out. Like, this is not something where I go, that's not the place. Like, it's at her concert. No, fuck you. Fuck you. This genocide has been going on for 2 years. Palestinians are now in the final phase of being starved to death. They are skin and bones. And even for those who survive, the damage that is being done to them, psychologically, physically, this is damage that will last decades. And this is coming on top of 100 years of oppression. And so if you have not called this out, then go fuck yourself. And Regina's response here is also why I say, go fuck yourself.
Спасибо.
Oh, so someone goes, there is a genocide happening.
You can leave the show if you want. This is not an internet comment section. I know that you mistaken my show for a YouTube video. You are.
Girl, fuck you.
Yeah, I think you should.
Fuck you and fuck all the people who are sitting there smugly being like, well, there's the exit. Boo. Boo you. Yum Israel high.
Because you can. This is not the place for that conversation. That's a real person who came here to play music. If anybody wants to walk out, this is your chance.
You know what? It's not an internet comment section, but this genocide is happening in real life. And artists like Regina Spektor have been supporting that genocide in real life. This is a genocide of attrition erosion. You knowingly kill a group over time through various means, often the hope of deflecting accusations of genocide as it doesn't fit our common understanding of genocide and mass killing. That's why people feel comfortable denying it. Yeah, I mean, y'all, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene calling what is happening a genocide. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the first Republican congressperson to call this genocide a genocide. Bernie Sanders won't even use that language. And language is so important.
Does anybody else want to take a walk? You can.
It's not like it's an internet thing. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? She keeps saying this isn't an internet comment section. How disconnected is she? And it's not like she has not been, it's not as if she has not used her platform to support Israel. Like, there is no excuse anymore.
I don't know. I mean, the only reason I even speak English is because I came here to escape this shit.
To escape what shit? Oppression? You moved from Russia. She immigrated from Russia with her family to the United States to escape what I believe she's referring to is oppression. And it's interesting how she is seemingly not able to connect to the fact that what people are calling out is oppression.
Because it came from a country where people were treating Jews as others, and now I'm being othered here.
And now they're treating Jews as others, and now I'm being othered here.
And it sucks.
We love you, Regina!
You know, it'd be nice if one of my family's generation didn't have to go to a new country and learn a new language. Just stay put.
Boo fucking who?
Have nice lives, you guys.
We love you!
And then there was one line where she said, "You're just yelling at a Jew." And Matt Bernstein also he called this out. And he said, I can't say enough times how this is the shit that actually makes anti-Semitism worse. Fervently supporting a genocide, then cowering behind "I'm just a Jew" when people correctly protest your show. Making an entire religion, a beautiful one, responsible for the behavior of a genocidal apartheid state. Does nobody see how this makes it worse? Am I going insane? I mean, what we're seeing now too is...
And what do you think about the game?
I thought it was a good game. I thought in the beginning Israel was better, but now Mali is getting
it's a classic.
is destroying them. I think Israel is not bad. Israel is not bad, but I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football.
The best, no politic here. Okay?
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Like, you're not even on beat, okay? Not even on fucking beat. Yeah, so these fuckers don't just support genocide, they feel entitled to being liked and supported for that position. Here's the thing, Regina. Pro-genocide Israel supporters, you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to support a genocidal state. You do not get to support war crimes, crimes against humanity, a genocide that has been playing before our very eyes for 2 years, and get to be also the morally good, you know, to like be on the side of goodness, to be on the side of morality. You are not a victim here, not at all. And yet that's what they want. They want to be able to support genocide and also be like loved for it. Also be told that they're, you know, pat on the head, be like, you're a good girl. You are, don't you worry. You are on the right side here. And then also like the victimization. And that's what just makes you scream. And I think honestly, a lot of regular people who don't know the ins and outs of the history of Israel and Palestine in the way that like a lot of people in here do. But I think one thing that has turned them away from supporting the ideology of Zionism, from supporting Israel, is seeing Zionists play the victim card, where people are like, hold on a second. Israel's murdering children. Israel's committing genocide against these people. And you're crying victim? No, that's crazy. Well, hold on a second. As I always say, the argument this isn't as bad or isn't a genocide really falls apart when the people perpetuating it keep shouting, "Oh boy, we sure love this genocide we're committing." Yeah, when they say in their own words exactly what their genocidal intent is. This type of victimization makes anti-Semitism lose its meaning. Yes, and like as a Jewish person, when you are victimizing yourself, when you say things like you're just yelling at a Jew, when someone is protesting genocide, is calling for the emancipation of the group of people who are greatly suffering, like that leads to anti-Semitism. People who don't know any better look at that and go, well, okay, so being Jewish means being genocidal? That's not something that I'm down with. Oh, God, it's just, it's an ideology of delusions of grandeur, of narcissism, of it's just incredibly, I mean, of course, incredibly violent ideology, but there is this like cognitive dissonance that you just see with Zionism, where they'll like they're like incapable, unwilling to at all recognize the parallels between the abusive, murderous state of Israel and say the Holocaust, and say, you know, the oppression that like Regina says her family fled from. It shows the people who hide behind that excuse don't care about Judaism. In my opinion, they just use it for selfish defense. Yeah, it's just the like, I'm going to play this card and I'm going to, you know, it's a way for me to try and shut down criticism of genocide. It's just so, it's evil. It's just so immoral and so evil. And at this point, like, man, I really do think, though, that the people who continue to publicly support Israel, that is dwindling. Now, it's also very frustrating because there are a lot of members of Congress, there are a lot of Democrats, and then their supporters in like the podcasting world and the media world who are suddenly kind of singing a different tune here, who are like actually condemning Israel and talking about the starvation in Gaza. But like the issue with politicians is this doesn't matter when you continue to materially support Israel. And also, where the fuck have you been? We have been screaming about this for 2 years. And this is finally what has gotten you to say something critical about a state that is committing genocide? The fuck have you been? And a lot of this feels like they're just covering their own asses. You know, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Barry Weiss, Hakeem Jeffries, people like that, where it's pretty clear that they are just trying to play politics here, and they're trying to make sure that on their record they have, oh well, I was critical of the famine in Gaza. It's very performative. This is settler colonial mentality. It's taught in schools that the people who settled here in the 1600s are escaping religious persecution. In reality, they were the zealots who wanted to control things, which is why colonizing a new land was perfect for them. Yes, you have to convince yourself that what you're doing is just, that like the people whose land you are taking the homes that you are stealing from them, the lives that you are destroying, that like you're not the bad guy for doing that. Benjamin Netanyahu's losing in the court of public opinion in America. I mean, this has been going down. His net favorable is his lowest ever. Net approval which is why, though, also cynically, a lot of progressives and liberals will specifically criticize Netanyahu. I mean, this is like my biggest problem with Bernie, is that Bernie is always making this about Netanyahu. Always. He is always very careful, specifically criticize Netanyahu. And I don't know if he's going to change on that. I really don't. And it unfortunately it's a big stain on his legacy, where it's like, man, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene calling this genocide a genocide. There's a big fight in the field of genocide studies versus Holocaust studies. Some people believe there's an inherent uniqueness to the Holocaust, which is why they feel like they're justified in saying that what is happening to Palestine is not a genocide. Yes, because all their frame of reference for genocide is, if it's not one-to-one with the Holocaust, then it's not a genocide. Like, and they will deny the conclusions of actual genocide scholars. Genocide scholars who are Jewish and Israeli. I and many others absolutely do not agree with this position and argue that it's harmful to our understanding of what genocide is. No one's suffering should be used as a shield and reason to create more suffering. Yeah, you suddenly have all these genocide experts out there who their only basis is the Holocaust. Like, everything is compared to the Holocaust. And I make the comparison too when we talk about like sexual violence, sexual abuse, and how with predators, with abusers, a lot of times you'll see them compared to Harvey Weinstein. And it's like, well, if they're, they're not Harvey Weinstein, and so therefore they're not a predator. Like, they're not an abuser because they're not Harvey Weinstein. Using the Holocaust as the standard is insane. Thinking that nothing below that could ever be seen as genocide is so dangerous. It's like there was no genocide before the Holocaust and no genocide after the Holocaust.
Benjamin Netanyahu, if you look at polling in the United States, he is lost in the court of public opinion. I want you to take a look here at his net favorable rating. It is the lowest on record, according to Gallup, and they have records going all the way back since the 1990s. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, and meanwhile, he just met with Congress people, a month ago?
Well, in April,
Cory Booker was one of them, and he was trying to hide in those photos.
2019, before, obviously, Israel in Gaza and the latest war that's been going on for a long time, Benjamin Netanyahu was on the positive side at plus 13 points. Look at where he is today, minus 23 points. My goodness gracious. You look at those under the age of 35, his net favorable rating at this point, get this, 53 points underwater. My God. And this, of course, has everything to do with Israel's actions in Gaza. The American people at this particular point not exactly liking what they're seeing, and they believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is in large part.
Yeah, and this is why he went on the Nelk Boys. He's trying to make the rounds. He's trying to do PR.
Responsible.
So to that point, how do Americans feel about Israel's actions in Gaza right now?
Yeah, so let's take a look at this. I mean, net approval, Israel's military acts in Gaza. You go back to November of 2023, it was on the positive side of the ledger, plus 5 points. I bet if you even go back a little bit further, it'd be a little bit higher. But
and let me explain something too. Okay, so Christian, thank you. Not Christian, thank you for the 23 months. Nearly 24 years old. Happy early birthday. Bruce Sky, thank you for the 5 months. So, you probably have noticed that a lot of celebrities are posting the same Instagram story, okay? And it's the one where it's about Israel starving children in Gaza and a link to help, blah, blah, blah. So, this is also a signifier of how much things have shifted. Because if you remember, on October 7th, So many celebrities were posting the Instagram story with the flag, with the Israeli flag, and it was pray for Israel. And I tried to explain to people, like, this is not an excuse, but you have to understand that most celebrities are like
years old. Quan Hart W.
Most celebrities are like they're fucking dumb. Okay, they're not paying attention to shit. They either just have their PR teams, you know, tell them stuff to do, or they'll just share whatever they see other people sharing. Now, there are exceptions to this, of course. Melissa Barrera, Nicola Coughlan, my Irish queen. Like, these are people who are genuinely involved, who have been like speaking out with their own words, who've been raising money. Like, there are people who care a lot. And then on the other side, there are like Zionists, there are pro-Israel people who are like, they are, you know, working in tandem with groups like the ADL, with like the Israeli government. I'm talking about Sacha Baron Cohen. I'm talking about my favorite actress, Gal Gadot. So there are the outliers, the ones who are like actually involved with movements, with you know, they're politically involved. But then there's like the majority of celebs who they're just doing whatever is popular. So this is a shift, though, to signal how much things have changed from October 7th to now. And it's devastating because that shift came from 2 years of a genocide being committed against the Palestinian people, which is culminating in mass starvation, in like people seeing images of babies that are skin and bones. And that has finally been the thing that's gotten a lot of people to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to mention Palestine for the first time. I'm going to talk about Gaza. You know, I'm going to share a post. It's becoming more and more unacceptable. Yes. I mean, you have like Ariana Grande was sharing stuff. Like, I have seen that post shared a lot. And that's how things work in entertainment, because they basically are, you're a brand. You are a brand, and you got to make sure that you're kind of, you know, dotting your I's, crossing your T's. So with major political issues that are happening, you know, with the big things that are ongoing, a lot of celebrities will want to make sure that they have that they are doing like the bare minimum, but at least showing, hey, I'm on the right side here. Okay. I don't want this to be something that's going to hurt my brand. I don't want to come across as like, I support babies being starved. One day everyone will be against this. Yeah, and not everyone is against it for the same reasons, you know, for the reasons of being like genuinely morally outraged, for being a principled person who is anti-genocide, anti-systems of oppression that result in what we've been seeing. I know it's good they're talking now finally, but oh boy, does it piss me off that it took Palestinians dying from starvation to do it. Not even children being sniped in the head or limbs cut off without anesthesia was enough. Yeah, and it'll make you it'll make you start spiraling out if you really start going down this path. Trust me. You know, it's like a lot of us in here have been speaking out for 2 years, have suffered consequences for it. And to see people like finally condemning what Israel is doing, it's like, where the fuck have you been? But I have to basically take the tactic of, except when it comes to politicians, they should all lose their jobs. They should never be in power again. If you are a politician and you're still materially supporting Israel, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what condemnations you're putting forth. You are gone. You should never get to be in a position of power ever again. But for other people, you know, I basically have to look at it as whatever the reasons, however late you are, maybe you're still not like even saying the words free Palestine, but at least you're out here condemning. Then all of these people, we all have to be under the same umbrella. And this is how politics can change, is through just an undeniable shift in the public that essentially makes it impossible for politicians to continue as is, to like maintain, status quo, because the pressure is just too great. Richie Torres is trying to distance himself from Israel right now. He can go fuck himself. Okay. That is a guy who it's like primary his ass. Get him out. It's Van. Thank you for the 24 months. Krista, thank you for the gifted sub. There's a very useful phrase to describe this phenomenon outside of the realm of moral obligation. Many people up until this point have not cared enough because there's a genocide happening over there. This is very common, sadly.
But Gallup only measured in November of 2023 at plus 5 points. Look at here where we are in July of 2025. Way down there at minus 28 points. Among those under the age of 35, get this, a negative 73-point net approval rating. This is all being led. All the negative opinions towards Israel and their acts in Gaza are being led by the younger folks in the electorate. Negative 73 points on the net approval rating. You rarely ever see numbers that low, and that is charging up this number, 28 points underwater. The net approval rating of Israel's military acts in Gaza. The American people do not like what they're seeing and increasingly dislike what they're seeing.
That is really a shift. And this is leading to a number of other feelings when it comes to Israel in general. As we look at that, and also questions about Palestinians.
I think the thing I'm concerned about is that Israel will, they try and push things. They do. I mean, they push things to the absolute limit because they act with total impunity, because they have total impunity. But my worry is that it'll be like okay, fine, we'll let some aid in. And that is obviously not sufficient. Like that is not going to, that's not going to fix the problem here. And it's why, like, for those who are speaking out now, rather than being like, well, where the fuck have you been? We have to like instead encourage them to fully see and speak out on not just the aid being denied and then not being satisfied when like Israel lets in some aid trucks, but actually understanding, what the calls to free Palestine mean, an end to the genocide, not going back. I mean, the Pod Save America guys today, I think I saw a clip where they were like, we can't go back to pre-October 7th status quo. And that's true. We can't. Obviously ending the genocide is an immediate need, but it cannot. I mean, first of all, Gaza is so decimated. I mean, the Israeli bombs that have dropped over the last 2 years have destroyed so much of Gaza. So like there isn't even a returning to October 7th because it's been flattened. It's been destroyed. But as far as like the oppressive structures that are in place, like that has to be dismantled. The settlements in the West Bank have to be destroyed. They can no longer be allowed. These settlers cannot be protected by the state as they murder and destroy Palestinian villages and people in the West Bank.
And whether to recognize the state of Palestine. That's
have you seen the Crystal Ball Slotkin interview? I actually haven't watched it yet, but I do have it.
So, for the longest period of time, Americans have sympathized more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. That's still the case, but it's only by +5. You go back to May of 2024, it was +17. Right after October 7th, look at this, it was +48. In 2017, it was +39 points. That is a dramatic drop. That is, what is that, a 43-point drop since the aftermath of October 7th. And again, under the age of 50, you look at those younger voters, it was +38 Israelis all the way back in 2017. You look now, it is +19 Palestinians. There has simply been a complete change of opinion on this topic, and it has been at least driven in large part by how Americans view the military actions of Israel in Gaza.
It was fascinating to see those numbers, Harry. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I want what that guy's having. I feel like he drank 3 Celsiuses.
I don't think Democratic candidates should take money from AIPAC or vote to fund military support for Israel anymore. I really don't. In this government, absolutely not. And that especially includes, I think, the next Democratic nominee for president.
Things I want to see Democrats at least calling for is cutting off military assistance to Israel. It's a rich country, by the way. They don't need our $3 billion a year. And
yeah. Yes, Pa Johns. Are you finally going to save America? Is the pod finally going to save America?
And hands up, right? Barack Obama signed a 10-year MOU for $3.3 billion a year. So we're part of the problem here. Let's correct it. I would like to see talk about sanctioning Israeli government officials who use genocidal rhetoric or who talk about ethnic cleansing openly. We should support a ceasefire resolution at the UN. We should demand that international press be allowed into the Gaza Strip to report on what's happening without an IDF minder. It's insane. The press still can't go into Gaza and cover what's happening. And I also think there has to be a total mindset change in the Democratic Party. When the war ends, we are not going back to the pre-October 7th status quo, because it's not where the party is. It's not where the world is. We're not going to shovel billions a year in military aid. We're not going to veto every effort to recognize a Palestinian state at the UN. We should not take money from AIPAC. And I will hold out hope for better political leadership in the U.S. and in Israel. But we have to also recognize.
And if Democrats continue to materially support Israel, they're going to go. You're not going to have them on your pod. You're not going to be supporting them. You're not going to be, you're not going to be advocating for Democratic politicians, any politicians, but obviously these guys are deeply entrenched in establishment Democratic politics, but all of them are going to go. Honestly, they, at this point, those who have been supporting Israel, which is pretty much every member of Congress, they got to go.
That the Biden era hug Bibi Netanyahu strategy has to be thrown in the trash can for fucking ever. Netanyahu is a bad actor. He's continuing a war for political purposes. He bombs Lebanon when he wants to. He bombs Iran when he wants to. He bombs Syria when he wants to. This is not a partner we can count on. This is not someone who is leading to calm and stability in the region, which should be a core interest.
At this point, cutting off military funding for a government that is starving 2 million people and advertising how they're ethnically cleansing the Palestinians seems like the least we can do.
Especially if we're going to head into a primary, table stakes is going to be no more military aid for Israel. So there will have to be a shift, and I do think that will mean putting far more pressure on Israel, and that's what I think Democrats want. By the way, that's what the country wants, and when you poll Israelis, they say they want a fucking ceasefire. Israelis want the hostages returned through a negotiated settlement, and by the way, that's the way in which the vast majority of hostages who were returned were able to be returned.
I mean, that's the bar is in hell, but that is what the bare minimum that these guys should have been saying for the last 2 years. This is kind of, I am not proud to admit that I know this, but one thing I noticed was after October 7th, people like John Lovett, of all the pod save guests, I think has the more problematic Zionist ideology. And I noticed that he got off Twitter after October 7th. That was something that I noticed with couple people who are in this, in the political commentary world, because it was a way to like not have to publicly show on Twitter that you are like, that you're a Zionist, and also just to escape kind of the heat of being a liberal political commentator who's like not anti-Israel. What would Ronan Farrow think about that? Well, they broke up like 3 years ago. He's always qualifying things. Yeah. No, he's had some not great political opinions regarding Israel and Palestine. Somebody asked me, what are my thoughts on AOC? I mean, here are my thoughts, okay? So if a progressive comes along who it's like they are seeking to replace AOC, and this, whatever political candidate is better on these issues that she has like frequently not been consistently good on, then that's how it goes. Now, I still recognize like the minority power that progressives have. You're being too nice. I mean, it's like this, I don't know, man. It's a thing that I'm always shaking my head over, where I have no problem being like, look, if somebody comes along who's going to challenge AOC and they are progressively more consistent than she is, yeah, then she's gonna have to be better. And I did not like the way that she was like going on Twitter and Instagram and being so condescending to the people who were rightfully calling her out for not supporting that amendment. And it's like, look, we hate Marjorie Taylor Greene too, but no one else is doing anything. And you're going to like get on here and smugly condescend to people? What are you doing? And it's crazy because she's usually like so good at the social media game. It's one thing that she's always had going for her. She'll go on Instagram and she'll like talk about like some bill, okay? Or like speak to people in a way where it feels like they're really connected to what's going on. And she very clearly was feeling so defensive and knew that she didn't have a leg to stand on. That's the truth, right? And at the end of the day, AOC, she's a politician, all right? We don't engage in putting politicians on pedestals. We don't celebrity worship. We don't look at them as infallible. They're not above criticism. In fact, we should always be critical of them. These are the people that we have elected to be in power who are making these decisions. Both Talib and Alon called her out. Thankfully, I hope she does a 180 or she won't get all that grassroots support she's going to have to rely on if she does decide to run for prez. Here's one thing that I feel I can say for sure. AOC knows that she's wrong. I do believe that. I know that I feel that she knows that she is not supporting the Palestinian cause in the way that she should be. Like if it's like AOC being completely honest, she knows that she's not right. Does it matter? I mean, I'm not saying that like that does anything, but I just can't. I think her. I'm trying to explain. Like, I think her acting so defensively on social media after the amendment was shut down that would have denied $500 million in funding to Israel's defense, I mean, really offense systems, I think that also came from the fact that like she knows she's wrong and she's just trying to she's just trying to pretend she has a leg to stand on. I agree, but then she turns around and yells at us because she's embarrassed about it. Yeah, and it's fucked up. I mean, I think she absolutely deserved to be called out for that shit. Also, I want leftists to not fucking fall for the ACP grift. I saw some MFers saying they were better than AOC. It's like, fuck no, fuck Hinkle. Y'all, we are not fucking with Tinkle. Okay? Wait. Hello? How many times must it be said that there are prominent voices. There are prominent voices and people with platforms who, just because they appear to be pro-Palestinian, like, does not actually mean that those are their genuine intentions. New York Times issues apology for reporting Palestinians' deaths. Honestly, I know that there are good individual journalists, but New York Times as a mainstream publication has so embarrassed itself thoroughly, has so shown itself to be incredibly biased that I just gotta say, like, if you're still writing for the New York Times, I hope you're considering what your next move is. You know? God, I cannot. We have appended an editor's note to a story about Mohammed Zakaria al-Mutawak, a child in Gaza who was diagnosed with severe malnutrition. After publication, the Times learned that he also had pre-existing health problems. So we're very sorry for reporting that he was suffering due to the actions of Israel. This is like, you know that the Nazis did this? Straight up. The Nazis did this in trying to wave away the deaths that they were responsible for via the Holocaust, and they'd be like, no, they died of like dysentery, no, they had XYZ disease, it wasn't because we directly killed them. This is what happens a lot with like systems of genocide. And they will try and absolve themselves of responsibility by being like, okay, we didn't like directly murder this person. And it's like, this person died as a result of your actions. The atrocities that you have been committing result in direct and indirect deaths. And it's why the death toll in Gaza is one that we just simply can't even calculate at this point, namely because the health system has been completely destroyed, but because there are a lot of indirect deaths that will be occurring over the decades, from like disease, from malnutrition, from things that happened during this period that did not result in this period the deaths of people who will then die later on. It was like when the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it was like decades after the bombs dropped that you still had people dying as a result of the radiation. I still think Trump accidentally revealed the real death toll when he said there were like 1.8 million Palestinians. I mean, when the Lancet article, God, what was that, even over a year ago, when they had first reported the estimation of like 400,000 deaths, and people of course, immediately rejected it. And we're like, no, it's 40,000. And it's like, yeah, it was 40,000 in December of 2023. And then the entire health system was destroyed. Like the ability to report was wiped out. And so the Lancet estimation took into account direct and indirect deaths. And they even were they were even erring on the side of minimal deaths. Like they were not, like when you look at the scale of how you can calculate based on previous genocides and war zones that they will then use as like hypothetical calculations for potential death tolls, they were erring on the lower end of the scale. The Rwandan genocide is believed to be between 500,000 to 800,000. We're still debating it. Yes, I mean, this is something where like it's so hard to calculate the exact total, and it takes years. I mean, we are still debating. There is still not a confirmed number for how many Iraqis died as a result of the U.S. invasion of Iraq. The starvation that's going on is generational. The level of hunger they're experiencing has lasting effects. Even if they do find food, it's just another. Exactly. And that's what I had said, where for those who survive, like this malnutrition, the diseases, the effects of the bombings, these are all things that will have continued repercussions on Palestinians for generations. This is not something where like, ooh, when the dust clears, when Israel stops directly bombing and starving Palestine, that then the damage ends. Air quality, water quality, soil quality, everything. Yeah, like when we were talking about the environmental crisis in Gaza, how, this is something where like Gaza's soil, with all of its radioactive and carcinogenic elements, is going to create long-term severe environmental and health consequences because of the exposure. And that can result in like cancer and respiratory diseases. So you could have a Palestinian child who's not even born yet, who down the line dies of cancer that was a result of the radioactive soil. Like, this is how this works. Yo, son, thank you for the gifted sub. Even if aid is let in tomorrow, so many Palestinians will die from refeeding syndrome as well if there's not adequate medical care to make sure it doesn't shock their bodies. And Gaza, as a reminder, is like half of Gaza's population is children. They are in really crucial development stages, and they have been starving for 2 years. Like, reminder that the campaign of mass starvation did not just start now. This is not something that began overnight. They have been holding aid for the entirety of the ongoing genocide. Like, Palestinians have been struggling to get sufficient nutrition, water, medicine, etc. This is the final stages. And prior to that, like back when Israel was still, when they still had their military, I mean, even when they left in 2007, or 2006, like they still controlled the Strip. But before Hamas took over as the government, Israel had Palestinians on a starvation diet. They were giving them just enough calories a day so that they didn't die. So anyway, it's very frustrating, and you have the stupidest people in the world who act as if they are experts. Who act as if they are experts in this stuff, and will still use numbers from December of 2023. That's why ContraPoints, people were calling her out when she said the like really callous thing, where first of all, she cited the 60,000 number, which is like It was almost 2 years ago. And she was categorizing it as like, yeah, it's bad, but it's like not the worst thing that's happened. And it's like, what you are doing is genocide denial. Like, you are engaging in genocide denialism if you continue to cite the death toll from almost 2 years ago at this point. But the reason that Zionists will do that is because it's a way to try and shield Israel and Israel supporters from the disastrous genocide that's ongoing. They'll be like, oh, it's only 40,000 who have died. Like, please. The level of starvation most people in Gaza are now at is when your body starts consuming its own organs. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's just a straight horror scene. It's yeah, I mean, I don't know. Why does a huge number have to be reached for it to be considered a genocide? Well, the thing is that for the genocide denialists, for the fervent Israeli supporters, even if you killed every Palestinian, they would still find a way to deny. They would find a way to deny the atrocities. It's just constantly moving the goalposts. It's constantly trying to shield Israel from any accountability. They're they've no moral qualms. Yeah, I mean, it's also like in and of itself gross to act as if 60,000 people being murdered is some small thing, And obviously the 60,000 number is one that is very outdated at this point. But even just like that kind of, even just that line of defense of, oh, come on, it's only 60,000 people, is like, do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? It's so gross. I know. Okay, let's talk about my favorite Activia lady, Jamie Lee Curtis. You want to know why we're going to talk about Jamie Lee Curtis? Because I have been on a Jamie Lee Curtis hate train for 2 years, but this fucking triggered me because this is a profile that Jamie Lee did in The Guardian. What she gets into talking about is the beauty standards in Hollywood, the multi-billion-dollar plastic surgery and cosmetics industry. And let me just skip down a little bit because you'll understand why I am once again on the Jamie Lee Curtis hate train. Okay? All right. So let me just give you a little context before I read this part of the profile. Jamie Lee Curtis, who won the Oscar for Everything Everywhere All at Once and did not deserve it. It was a legacy Oscar and she got it. She, back in, this was like shortly after October 7th, she had posted a photo that she ripped from, I think it was like a New York Times, article. And she literally like took this photo and posted it on her Instagram and wrote "Terror from the Skies" with an Israeli flag. Okay, so this was like, obviously it was a photo of children in like a playground type area, and she was clearly saying, you know, these poor Israeli children looking up at the skies because bombs are dropping on them. But what it actually was a picture of Palestinian children that the photographer who took the photo and posted it had specified that they were Palestinian children. And Jamie Lee took that picture, here you go, and wrote "Terror from the Skies." Israeli flag. Liked by Lindsay Lohan. And as soon as she learned that these children are actually not in Israel and these children are Palestinian, she deleted the picture, but then did not repost it and say "Terror from the Skies" with the Palestinian flag. Nope, because Palestinian children, they don't matter. She was deeply moved by this picture only when she thought that they were Israeli. Yeah, it's just so many levels of fucked up. And then there was another thing where Jamie, during the Palisades fires, not just the Palisades fires, the fires in LA that deeply affected communities, including the Palisades, where a lot of like rich celebrities live. Well, Jamie was very involved in raising money and being empathetic for the people of Palisades. People of Palisades.
Catastrophe in Southern California. I'm literally just about to cry. Where I live is on fire right now. Literally, the entire city of the Pacific Palisades is burning, and it's gnarly, you guys. It's just a catastrophe in Southern California. I'm literally just about.
Okay, so she's like crying about the Palisades fire, and then she said this.
In the city of Angels, and the entire city of Angels is on fire everywhere. The entire city of the Pacific Palisades is gone, you guys. I mean, literally, my neighborhood, gone. My house tonight is still there, but I live in a different canyon. But the entire Pacific Palisades looks like, you know, unfortunately, Gaza or one of these war-torn countries where awful things have happened. So, and there are fires now breaking out.
Like, that is all that she could muster. That is all that she could muster. And y'all, I need you to know, like, Jamie Lee, the reason too that I've been calling her ass out, and like why I called out Leo DiCaprio tonight, because these are people who are like politically involved. Okay, these are people who will like speak up and make political and moral statements that they have demonstrated that they are well aware of what is going on. So the fact that this was all she was able to muster in the last 2 years was saying it looks like Gaza or other war-torn countries where awful things are happening.
Everywhere. So it feels totally bizarre to be talking about a movie, and yet, you know, it's a piece of art. Art will save us no matter what. And I'm born in...
Okay. So, yeah, in conclusion, Jamie has like mostly been silent on on Palestine, and had that disgusting thing with posting the photo and then deleting it. So here she is in this profile for The Guardian. Curtis is emphatic that her ideas be accurately interpreted, and before our meeting, sent an email via her publicist explaining her thinking. The wax lips is my statement against plastic surgery. I have been very vocal about the genocide of a generation of women by the cosmeceutical industrial complex who have disfigured themselves. The wax lips really sends it home. Obviously, the word genocide is very strong and risks causing offense, given its proper meaning. To Curtis, however, it is accurate. I have used that word for a long time. Oh! Interesting. And I use it specifically because it's a strong word. I believe that we have wiped out a generation or two of natural human appearance. The concept that you can alter the way you look through chemicals, surgical procedures, fillers. Yeah, Sky, does she know about her Freaky Friday co-star? Do you think Lindsay's reading this and is like, is this fucking play about us? The concept that you can alter the way you look through chemicals, surgical procedures, fillers. There's a disfigurement of generations of predominantly women who are altering their appearances. And it is aided and abetted by AI because now the filter face is what people want. I'm not filtered right now. The minute I lay a filter on and you see the before and after, it's hard not to go, oh, well, that looks better. But what's better? Better is fake. And there are too many examples. I will not name them, but very recently we've had a big onslaught through media, many of those people. Well, at the risk of sounding harsh, one of the people implicated by Curtis's criticism is Lindsay Lohan, her Freakier Friday co-star, and a woman in her late 30s who seemingly had a lot of cosmetic procedures at a startlingly young age. Though Lohan denies having had surgery. In terms of mentoring Lohan, with whom Curtis remains friends after making the first film, she says, I'm bossy, very bossy, but I try to mind my own business. She doesn't need my advice. She's a fully functioning, smart woman, creative person. Privately, she's asked me questions, but nothing that's more than an older friend, you might ask. But given the stridency of Curtis's position on cosmetic surgery, don't younger women feel judged in her presence? Isn't it awkward? No, because I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm not proselytizing to them. I would never say a word. I would never say to someone, what have you done? Somehow I do not believe that, by the way. All I know is that it's a never-ending cycle. That I know. Once you start, you can't stop. But it's not my job to give my opinion. It's none of my business. Okay. So, obviously the thing that pisses me off the most here is Curtis being like, I use the word genocide because I've used this word for a long time and it is a very strong word. And then she goes on to talk about the natural beauty of, multi-generations that has been wiped out. And this is a person who, I mean, do I have to point out why this is so maddening? Like, why it's so tone deaf? To finally be talking about genocide, but it's in this context, and all you can muster up is, yeah, war-torn countries where like awful things are happening. Yeah, it's very tone deaf. I wonder how she feels about gender affirming care, though. Somehow I feel like Jamie Lee Curtis is maybe not the best on I don't know if we need Jamie Lee Curtis's opinion on... Oh, she has a trans daughter? Okay, I forgot about that. Well, all I can say is I hope that she understands something like gender affirming care, having a trans daughter, having a trans child. Okay, so the thing is like, I think this conversation around how predatory the beauty industry is, that it is a multi-billion-dollar industry that preys on really rigid beauty standards that unfortunately affect a lot of women, especially in an industry like Hollywood. Not to say that men don't also have beauty standards, but it's how women's beauty and how their youth is tied to their value. So a woman in Hollywood who's aging, it's the worst possible thing that can happen. And it's why you see a lot of women get Botox, get facelifts, like get a lot of work done, get plastic surgery, because otherwise then they'll be thrown in the trash. And then when they do, they are criticized for it. They are harshly, they're harshly put under a microscope no matter what they do. If they get work done, if they don't get work done. So I certainly would not say that there is no valid conversation here around the beauty industry, the way that, like, say on TikTok, you have really young kids who are being fed plastic surgery videos because that is what's being pushed on the algorithm. So you have like 12-year-olds whose entire feed is nose jobs, is like, oh, get this thing done and it's super easy and like blah, 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 blah. Where it's an industry that makes its billions off of commonly preying on rigid beauty norms and on exploiting insecurities. It's like when I went in to get my Botox one time, and the woman who was doing it was like, basically looked at my face and told me all the things that were wrong with my face and how she could fix them with, oh, you just put a little thing here, you just put a little thing here. And it was like it was such a normal thing. And I was obviously I was like, okay, I didn't even know that was an insecurity that I now have because you told me it, basically. As a woman, I really hate how plastic surgeries become a conversation about women, letting women do what they want, though, and you can't critique it at all. Right. I mean, look, this is a nuanced conversation. This is a, like, allowing people the control over their bodies, recognizing that for trans people, gender affirming care is something that is being legislated right now. Whereas, like, plastic surgery, gender affirming care for cis people is encouraged, is something that's so normalized. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And so, like, that's another thing that complicates it too, is because the conversation around plastic surgery, around the cosmetic industry, the getting work done, is one that, like, it's a different conversation when when it's in the context of, like, trans care. And it can be life-saving as well. Absolutely. For trans people who, it helps them feel more more at peace, more comfortable in their bodies. And then also, unfortunately, the privilege then that you have when you can pass versus trans people who don't pass and are therefore going to be subjected to discrimination and to hatred because they are visibly trans. Like, this is something a lot of trans people will talk about, is like how being able to pass as a trans person means that they will likely face less harassment from people who can't readily identify that they are trans. Doesn't mean as a trans person they're not, like, all. But as far as the, somebody recognizes someone as a visibly trans person and then, harasses them or whatnot. So to repeat, yes, there is absolutely a valid, critical conversation around around the expectations for women, around how, like, aging women are treated, how beauty and youth are tied to our value. I mean, Jesus, you have, like, incels online who are constantly saying that women over the age of 30 might as well be thrown in the trash. Like, me as a 32-year-old unmarried, childless woman, I'm their worst nightmare. I'm the thing that keeps them up at night posting on Twitter about how women like me need to be controlled. But also it being something where people do have the rights to make decisions for their bodies, for their faces. And I think it's a complicated thing. I mean, this is something that I always kind of feel torn between, because I like makeup. I don't wear it all the time, but I like to put eyeshadow on. I like bronzer. You know, it makes me feel pretty. I get Botox. Like, there are definitely things I participate in that have to do with my personal appearance. Going to the gym, you know, these types of things that are all that are in the service of feeling better about yourself. And this is kind of this debate of like freedom to choose what you do with your face and your body, and like it not being this evil, awful thing to want to like feel good. To, you know, everybody wants to feel pretty. Everyone wants to feel desired and feel good about themselves. But then also, you know, obviously the pressures that are the societal pressures that are applied, how the cosmetics industry, how the beauty industry is predatory, how it's just nuanced, you know. This is not something where, like, I don't think Jamie, aside from the use of the word genocide, which is so dramatic, and also it's like, okay, girl, you have shown that you do know what this word is and that you will apply this word, just not when it has to do with the Palestinian people. I don't think that Jamie is like nailing it here, right? She kind of has like an extreme response to this all. I'm trans and I've gotten facial surgery and gender reassignment. The amount of pressure put on me by surgeons with the facial stuff to get more work done during the procedure was so much and so different from the penis to vagina surgery. Yeah, and also like I've heard my cis friends say that. I had a friend who went in for a boob job and her doctor was like, "All right, well, let's just do everything else while you're here." And she went, "What?" And I mean, it was like, and then she did. She ended up getting like her nose done as well. And afterwards I said, "Look, girl, I support you in your bodily autonomy, and like, however, I do feel concerned because you essentially were pressured into getting your nose done when you went in for this other surgery. That this like that this was essentially kind of forced upon you, that you felt this pressure and then this insecurity of like, well, if the doctor is saying I need to get my nose done," like her boyfriend too was there. I'm like, fuck him. We have to investigate where our choices and desires come from. Yeah, and I think it does boil down to that. I think and look, like I recognize my contradictions. I have internal contradictions, okay? There are things that like I will like I'm a hypocrite over, and it's something that I'm honest about, you know, and I think everyone has contradictions, you know. It's a thing where like I push back on ageism. I push back on these expectations, on these beauty expectations for women, on like our looks being tied to our value. But also I get Botox occasionally, you know. I'll like color my gray hairs. I'll do little things that these are my decisions that I'm making. You know, it's my right to do that. But there are times where I go, well, I don't know. You know, it's like examining it as a societal pressure versus like me wanting to feel better about myself. But is it like I'm doing that because still of societal pressures? We don't live in a perfectly natural society. She's most certainly put products in her face that she didn't just naturally combine itself together in nature to look what it looks like. She's boiled down a real argument of societal beauty standards hurting people to an overcorrection of just don't do anything to yourself or else you're lesser to me. Yeah, I think she just kind of she kind of seems to be like old person waving their fist at the sky. Right? Like as women, we all engage with patriarchy in some way or another. It's inevitable, but we can still look at our decisions objectively and think critically about all this. Yeah. And I don't think it's like, yeah, I don't know how you ever really escape all societal pressures. Sure. Right. It's it's kind of like the no ethical consumption under capitalism that people are always repeating, where it's like it does feel like, how do you live completely free of societal pressures and norms and, you know, what's been just so the struggle. Mista Noobsta, thank you for the 3 months. Being creatures of our environment. Yeah. I hate that saying because it absolves people from personal responsibility. Also, a lot of times people apply it in just incorrect, just not the right context. It's kind of the line that everyone has memorized and a lot of people whip it out because I think they want to appear based or just seem as if like, oh, I get it. And they misuse it all the time. All the time. Women cannot breathe without being villainized one way or another. Yeah, and that's something that I do. It's something that I'm like really cognizant of. Is just how it feels like you can't win. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You cannot win one way or another. It's like I talk to my girlfriends who stream and they're like, man, you know, if I don't wear makeup and I go live, people will say, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Are you sick? You look different. Everything okay? But then if I wear makeup, I'll always get comments. Always be, you know, oh, you wear too much makeup. Much prettier naturally. And it's like, oh God, can we just escape the microscope for 1 second? It's exhausting. You know, you do something to yourself and then you're called fake, plastic. It's demonized, and then you don't do anything and you're, you know, called out for not taking care of yourself. So anyway, okay. I did want to watch this. We'll watch this and then I think I'll do some gaming. How about that? Okay, so this was Crystal Ball on Breaking Points interviewing Senator Slotkin about Israel's genocide in Gaza and the responsibility of those in power. I've seen a lot of people talking about this as like this is the blueprint.
Let's talk about.
Oops, sorry. Peak with Sam. Is she playing Peak? I was gonna. If she wanted to play, I would play with her.
About those, calling them balls and strikes, if you will. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says like a policy of starvation, people are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005, Al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right? Like horrible, and then string them up, like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting Al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone, period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition, do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the
Okay, this is a yes or no.
Country. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that.
You agree.
So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber. I have my words, that's all I have. Yeah. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, by your own words.
She's kind of reading her for filth right now.
So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do,
again, it's a yes or no.
With
Warrior
power. And I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator.
I understand.
There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign,
ain't no way. Not her being like, the Democrats can't possibly do anything. We don't have the House. We don't have the Senate. We don't have the White House. So what can we possibly do? Oh, hey, remember when y'all were in charge last fucking year? Remember when Joe Biden was president?
Policy. I just think it's interesting, right? That there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
This fucking line pisses me off. And it makes me so mad how liberals will be like, I notice that you progressives only protest when it was the Democrats and not protesting Donald Trump. And it's like, do y'all have eyeballs? Are you being intentionally stupid? Yeah. Do you? Joe Biden doesn't remember being president. I think like a lot of Democrats have adopted that as well too, where they'll like pretend that Joe Biden wasn't overseeing the genocide for the first 15 months.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not to mention, I mean, Senator Slotkin,
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration.
She's like, I've been counting, and you know what? There's not enough protests here. It's like, oh, okay, so you're doing this math, and that's what you're going to base your political votes on? On this protest equation.
And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. Yeah. So let's deal not in strawman, but me in the here and now.
In terms of the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today.
And so, girl, they were starving when Biden was president too. Okay, and you've been in office this whole time.
But will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support?
No, not when it is the state of Israel that uses something like the Iron Dome to offensively attack all other states in the region with impunity because they know that nothing can be done back to them. And the Israeli citizens are not putting then enough pressure on their government because they don't feel the repercussions of their very aggressive government's offensive campaigns.
Offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going
to... But she won't even say she'll stop the offensive weapons. She's like, look, there's a difference between defense and offense, and no, I would not stop either. It's like, okay, so that's a no then. Let me just write that down in my little notes. That's a no? Okay. It's so fucking annoying. The DNC has been trying to elevate the CIA hack. Crystal wasn't buying any of the bullshit, but I do fear they will just push ahead with somebody like Sock-in. Oh, God, they're all bad. I saw someone put it online as Dems are basically trying to hide behind raising money for serial killer victims while actively handing the serial killer more weapons, and I thought that was pretty fitting. Yes, or the equivalent being you give a vest to a school shooter and act as if that like does not help enable them to do their shooting.
Cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon.
Yeah, or like providing them with a gun to defend themselves against anyone trying to stop them.
I also reject that because, for example, if Senator Sock-in, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran,
but they're defensive.
We finally got to know.
They're just protecting civilians.
We finally got to know.
How is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
Well, so is Russia.
So is Iran.
Yeah.
So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now. Right?
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now which makes it an ally?
I think allied relationships, just like Lithuania right now, like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information sharing and diplomacy. And
okay, so Elisa, you do recognize that Israel does not engage in diplomatic matters. What they do is bomb the shit out of the entire region. Okay, and not just Gaza, not just Palestinians. Like, they were simultaneously bombing Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Gaza. What else am I missing? I mean, this is what they do because when you provide them with the best defense system in the world, then it allows them and enables them to lash out aggressively. They understand that as long as their interception systems are operational and very effective, then they can bomb their neighbors and not worry about any backlash to that.
That is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask literally, like this, I think about this from the mirror image way because I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right?
Mm-hmm. But you supported it when Biden was doing it.
I'm an American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald Trump, so we're going to end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like, we are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost in the conversation.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli
also, like, that has been happening.
Human rights organization joined the global consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times.
That's why he had to back down on his tariffs.
In saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have for, this is a nation that, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it
so
a
that
genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term, but it is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, you know, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
Bro, Israeli government officials, military leaders, IDF soldiers, settlers, regular ass civilians, they use those words. Zionists have been using the words ethnic cleansing for decades. You're such a ghoul. You're such a ghoul. Okay, so per your definition, ethnic cleansing is what genocide is. And so because you don't consider this to be ethnic cleansing, which is the words that Israelis, those in power in the Israeli government and military use, then therefore it's not a genocide.
Yeah, but didn't you say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing? You said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like, they're saying it. Their Minister of National Security. They come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration. They're saying it.
You're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. Right. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have really tough moments. We have easier moments. But that doesn't, so I'm not willing to say that, like, I hate.
Also, isn't that guy on Breaking Point's, Cigar? Isn't he usually kind of not based? Like, he's kind of annoying. He's more of the, like, I'm a centrist. Right. Like, he's supposed to, Crystal's the leftist, and he's supposed to be the conservative half of Breaking Points. And Sagar, he is also calling her out because it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous at this point.
Everything ever.
Sure,
into
but so
the future.
even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things, and I think at this point,
so you're gonna cut off the offensive aid? Is that per your little definitions here? So, okay, then are you gonna cut off the offensive aid?
Germany,
every single day,
if Nazi Germany said we want defensive aid, I mean, it's just you have to see where they're all weapons that are being shipped. In another context,
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest,
thank you for the prime.
If you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict is, for the most part, over. What they are doing every single day is around.
You're just a fucking liar. You are literally a liar. They are bombing Palestinians at aid sites. Like, the Israeli military, Israeli media organizations have reported on this. They have owned up to, oh yeah, we have opened fire on desperate Palestinians. They are sniping them. They are mass firing on them. They are still dropping bombs. You fucking ghoul.
They are hurting people.
They have slaughtered over 1,000 people who were starving people just trying to get aid.
That is
I
not
know you know this.
That's not high intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional.
Oh, because they've destroyed pretty much all of Gaza. They've leveled it. They've leveled it. She's like, well, they're not using the bombs that they were before, because guess what? They've fucking blown everything up. Every hospital, every school, every church, what can they even bomb left? Which is why they're just mass open firing on crowds.
Like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
Also, they're using those bombs on other countries in the region. They use those bombs to kill people in Iran.
Not a military that has a bad strategy. The strategy is forced starvation and ethnic cleansing. That's their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively, with the full backing of the United States government, including sadly Democrats.
Well,
and so a couple more questions. I know you have to run. I'm curious why you condemned Rashida Tlaib for using the rally chant, from the river to the sea, something she said for her evokes equal rights. Yeah. And you have not condemned Randy Fine, who said that Gazans should, quote, starve away, who floated that the Gaza Strip should be nuked, who called Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Soran as well, called them Muslim terrorists. Where is the concern over him?
I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem.
Did she just try to fucking pull the Mariah Carey? I don't know her. I don't know her. Also, Amro Bar, what's up? Welcome in. Want to say thank you for talking about us and support us, really. Hope you're staying safe and doing as well as you can. I cannot believe that she just tried to be like, I don't know Randy Fine though. Like, sorry.
Damning someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that I know plenty of people who think they should.
Mm-hmm.
I
it's
don't.
Kind of a cop-out answer, don't you think?
I mean, yeah. I literally, I just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that.
You got to look at the definition now, because it seems like you got a lot of other definitions. So I guess maybe this is one definition that you don't have. You got to make sure you look that one up. You got to look up the definition of a foreign lobby. Really? Because you've been out here talking about definitions this entire segment.
That organization, and
so you stop accepting their funding.
You got to get your facts straight. I have not been endorsed by AIPAC. I have not. I'm sorry. I was the first Jew elected to the Senate that was not endorsed by any Jewish group. AIPAC, J Street.
You've been the recipient of their funds.
In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, yes, but I've not been endorsed since then. And I just got to be honest. Like, I think that this is where facts really matter.
That's a fucking
I've had
lie.
very, very difficult conversations with my colleagues.
Just an FYI, this was reported in January. Elisa Slotkin has received over $500,000 from AIPAC. You want to know the reason she specifically said endorsed? She did that for a reason. This is a woman who loves specific words, who has her definitions. She used the word endorsed because AIPAC does not come out and endorse. AIPAC funds behind the scenes. It's so slimy. They bankroll candidates. And that is an endorsement in of itself. So she's trying to be very technical here. And she's a lawyer. She knows everything she's saying. Yes, she is trying to get out by being very technical in the words she's choosing which is that, well, they didn't endorse me.
Colleagues in that organization and
Zio,
made
thank you
a
for the
choice
gifted.
back in 2021.
Ro, thank you for the 10 months.
2021. So that was the first time I was up for re-election. So I understand that there's a sort of like, again, cornered position, but to me, like, I call balls and strikes as someone who served in the Middle East.
I have one more question I have to ask you. You know, we do the show.
She is 2 seconds away from calling Crystal anti-Semitic.
I really do my best to try to uphold, like, you know, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, like, I feel...
Also, I'm sorry, but you citing your military experience or whatever it was in the Middle East, it doesn't look good for you. It's not a W. That's not a, oh, you know what? She's good in my book.
Really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time
Crystal.
about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, like, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day.
I'm sorry, but hearing Slakin be like, yep, no, I know, fuck you.
And I mean, like,
I know what you can do.
Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret
let me tell
any
you what I
sort
was
of
working on this
complicity?
morning. A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in.
She just got mad. She got mad because Crystal is spot on. She's so spot on. And she is throwing Elisa's lack of basic humanity in her face, as she should. And when she said that, when she snapped a little bit there and was like, do you feel this at all? Are you gonna be haunted by this at all? Do you have a soul? Do you have a fucking soul? Or is everyone in politics, they just sell their soul to the devil? Like, will any of this haunt you? Do you regret anything? Do you regret any of these votes? Taking money from AIPAC? Supporting this? Because this starvation didn't happen overnight. And also, this is not the only thing that has been affecting Palestinians. This is the final stage of genocide. Do you regret for a moment your accountability?
At least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a green light.
Wow, thank you.
Never has a problem.
I love that she goes, let me tell you what I was working on just this morning. Okay? I'm getting baby formula. All right, I had Jewish rabbis and Muslims who I hate. I hate Muslims. And I had them together in a room because I care.
No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning.
Girl,
so
what?
In terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula.
I played a lesbian on TV.
Willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But you're not willing to cut off aid to Israel.
To me, that...
Crystal, you don't understand. Babies are the only ones who drink baby formula. You have no idea about the baby formula industry. You don't understand that no one, except maybe some weird men, are drinking baby formula except for babies. So forget this cutting off aid, which again, defensive versus offensive, okay? And no to cutting off both of those. But miss me with this cutting off aid, because we're talking about baby formula that only babies drink.
to me, is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is not a question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your
Of course
time.
they
Thank you
are.
very much for
They're
coming.
like-
Thank you very
Thank
much. Okay? I will see you guys later.
Wow. Yeah, that's the staff cutting it off because she just came across as a fucking coward and a liar and a genocidal piece of shit. She's working tirelessly to get baby formula into the Gaza Strip. Yeah. Yep. You know, the other thing too is like, obviously the suffering of babies, of children, is abhorrent, and you cannot believe that there are still people who just don't care. Like, they don't care about dead babies. All right, that is the thing that you think everybody would care about. But you notice too how like Democrats such as Slotkin are right now in this moment trying to appear like they are the good guys, that they're on the right side here, because they keep talking about how they're going to make sure that the babies are getting food, and that they're trying to appeal to people's concerns and anger by specifically talking about the babies. And it's a reminder that like that all Palestinians are suffering greatly, that this genocide is indiscriminate, you know. It's affecting all Palestinians, and babies getting formula right now is literally the bare minimum. And it's laughable for Slotkin to act as if she is like a saint here. That she is that don't worry, she's taking care of the situation. Yeah. And meanwhile, Chris Smalls was abducted and beaten by the IDF. Chris Smalls, who was a part of the flotilla. What Crystal did here should be the bare minimum for journalism. Yeah, I mean, I want to give her props, because that's absolutely how it should be done. And also, you know, Crystal, like, here's the thing. You have one person demonstrating their humanity, and you have one person demonstrating that they're a fucking ghoul. And you just cannot come across as the morally correct person when you are in the Slotkin, when you're in that slot, because you can't defend genocide. You cannot defend your supporting of military aid, continuous military aid. You can't like try and condescend and wave all the shit away and come across as the morally righteous person. It's just impossible. Don't play powerless with me was a fucking banger line. Yeah, I loved that when she was like, don't act as if you have no power. Don't act as if there's nothing you can do. She probably thought this was going to be some puff piece access journalism as interview. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure her team like did basic research, and there's just no way that you would think Krista Ball is someone who's going to drop the ball. I think maybe Slotkin didn't know, and someone on her team is getting fired. Or Slotkin went on there and did the mental gymnastics and like did the thing that all these Democrats do whenever they're confronted with genuine with like actual hardball questions. And this is just what they're used to. I mean, the whole like soulless politician stereotype, it's pretty damn accurate. Here's Kyle's thoughts on why she went on. Wow, Dem Senator actually went on a show that asked tough questions and said of the usual captured outlets, credit where it's due, no credit. She saw it was a left-right show and thought it was some centristy beltway bullshit. Okay. She had no clue what she signed up for, and she learned her lesson the hard way. Honestly, I'm gonna take Kyle's. I'm gonna take his words here as probably what's accurate. Kyle is married to Crystal, and he probably knows more of like what was going on. And then Ken said, I'm constantly criticizing them for refusing to do media. Gotta acknowledge it when they... Oh, I mean, I would not give credit to her whatsoever. The only way other than what Kyle said that I looked at this as was like her being your typical congressperson who sniffs their own ass, who is so used to bullshitting, to like playing the mental gymnastics, to like lying about this genocide, that it didn't even register as like this difficult, oh God, I'm going into the lion's den, because they just do this all the time. Fair enough from Kenny's just trying to bait more Dems into doing these and being exposed. Probably. Yeah. I mean, I think Ken could be playing, could be playing chess here. But, I mean, this is something where, yeah, also the credit should go to the Breaking Points hosts for sure. How dare you? I tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. I find it funny she referenced all the real folks who aren't online, yet she's only going on a show like Breaking Points because the DNC thinks they need to be more online. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I guess my final thoughts here are I want every politician supporting Israel to have to face a line of questioning like this. No more of the softball questions, of the of the being interviewed by journalists who are also pro-Israel. But yeah, so like ultimately I do want more of them to go on shows like Breaking Points. But also, God, these ghouls just they lie as easy as they breathe. They do. You're too easy on them. They should go to prison. No, I mean, if you think, I don't think that every war criminal should go to prison, then you got it wrong. Like, no shit. No shit. I think all these war criminals, I don't think Biden should be hanging out in wherever the hell he is. He should be in The Hague. He deserves to face consequences for his role in the genocide of the Palestinian people. In the same way that I don't think George Bush should be passing candy to Michelle Obama, painting his little pictures. He should also be in The Hague. But you're correct. The most realistic punishment these people will face is a tough interview and getting kicked out of office. I mean, ideally, Propaganda should be tried after all this too for pushing the genocide and inciting it. I really appreciate the accounts out there who have been tracking all of this, who have the receipts, who have made note of all propagandists and all of the shit that they have pushed. And that inevitably, when they try to do a heel turn, when they try and pretend like a lot of people did post Iraq, in the years after, the invasion of Iraq that you had a lot of revisionist history. You had a lot of people trying to pretend like they were not a part of the lies of the Islamophobic rhetoric that enabled the invasion and mass slaughter of Iraqis. But yeah, I mean, they need to be treated as the war criminal ghouls that they are. One day everyone will have been against this. Wait until Maxwell gets pardoned for saying Bill Clinton was on the Epstein list 11 times and Trump never knew the guy. I see politicians in my country doing an about face, sort of, and people buying it. It's sickening. And the truth is like, these people are not going to, as Slotkin just demonstrated, it doesn't matter what they're saying right now, which they can't even, they refuse to even acknowledge like the full extent of what's happening here. They're doing the minimum of, yeah, starving babies is bad. But we know that the reality is that they're not going to materially, they are going to still materially support Israel. And that is what Crystal was trying to, identifying here. And so there is not even like, there isn't even the, there isn't even like the political redemption because they're still continuing to support. Anyway, y'all, it never hit as hard seeing a Palestinian kid without one of his limbs on a wheelchair, a kid crying, seeing people support their cause as if he was saying, these people think I'm human. Slotkin will never experience that feeling. Yeah. Interrupt the Vampire, first thought, should I be worried you haven't said anything yet? No, I fucking love it. It's so sexy, and it's also like the politics of the show are really, really intriguing in a way that obviously were not there in the film. It's so good. Yeah, I got the audio to work. It's really, I'm in it. I'm in it. I have to say, I'm sorry, but I stan Lestat. He's so hot. I'm only on episode 3. But I'm like, I'd let him turn me into a vampire. I asked Will, I said, if you could become a vampire, would you? And he said, yeah, 100%. And I was like, really? And he goes, yeah, I would go to Washington and drain every one of those motherfuckers. And I went, that's true. That's a good point. Sam Reed was born to play Lestat. He legit has been a fan since he was a teen. Like, he's in it. Yeah, he's perfect. He is perfect in the role. I actually have not read any of the books, but I watched the OG film, and now I'm finally watching the show. Also, I know my hair is Miss Rachel-esque. Weatherboxer, thank you for the 9 months. I can ask Sam if she wants to play Peak. Otherwise, I think she's playing. I think she's doing her little horror games. Do you want to build a snowman? Do you want to play Peak? No worries if not. We're also supposed to start Resident Evil soon, but I don't think I want to start that tonight. Ride our bikes around the hall. You never see Anyway, yeah, I'm fucking heavily with Interview with the Vampire. I have not seen Eddington yet. I was going to go Saturday night, but then I literally could not walk. Wait, they added cannibalism to Peak? No flippin' way. I can ask. Wait, they added hold on. They added cannibalism to Peak. Do you want to play? They just added it today. Sam and I are down. Oh, he has to finish. Oh, okay. Okay. Can you give me 30 or do you want to play now? I want to finish the game I'm doing because I don't know if it saves. Whatever you need. I'm ready now, but if you want to finish that, that's chill. Thumbs up emoji. All right. You make voice to text look difficult somehow. Okay, we're going to play in 30 minutes. If you need more time, you can join us later. I just... okay. I just asked him. He is finishing alone. And then I think he's down. Okay, y'all know. You know that you have to be very clear in voice to text. All right. Can we watch more of the WWE? Well, I was thinking about that, but then I'm like, okay, so there's an hour left. I'm like, I don't really want to do it in 3 parts. Like I was going to watch it tonight, but then I was like, okay, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow. It's also the part where it gets into the sexual assault allegations and the like rapist shit that Vince did. And I'm like, ugh. I feel like it would have been faster type. No. Can we watch the Coke the Pew Pew lady video to round out? Is this the same lady? Wait, hold on. Okay. Why not watch the best female wrestlers compilation? Yeah, why does it feel like every time it's something involving men, it's just bad?
Carat gold Labubu. Now, when I've done the other Pepsi tests, a lot of people have been telling me that it's not actually Pepsi in the bottle. So what I've done is I've brought a brand new bottle of Pepsi to do the test on. Okay, so as you can see, fizzy.
Yeah, we have 30 minutes to
It's
kill.
most certainly a fresh bottle of Pepsi. Let's pour it in.
Why does she call Coke Pepsi and Pepsi Coke?
Now, in case you didn't know, Pepsi, if you put gold-plated jewellery into Pepsi, it will rip the colour off. So this is how I'm about to prove that my 24-karat gold...
Oh, because it's rage baiting and it's working.
Boo is real 24-karat gold and not just gold coated, because that would be for poor people. So let's put it in. Give it a little swirl. As you can see, it's still gold.
Okay, I like though that she's laughing because when she breaks character, it's very
because
funny. Like she
he
knows
is
what
made
she's
of
doing.
24-karat gold. I am the owner of the one and only 24-karat gold Labubu. Now, when I've done the other Pepsi tests, a lot of people have been telling me that it's not actually Pepsi in the bottle. So what I've done is I've brought a brand new bottle of Pepsi to do the test on. Okay, so as you can see, fizzy. It's most certainly a fresh bottle of Pepsi.
Yes.
Let's pour it in. Right, now, in case you didn't know, Pepsi, if you put gold-plated jewellery into Pepsi, it will rip the colour off. So this is how I'm about to prove that my 24-karat gold Labubu is real 24-karat gold and not just gold coated, because that would be for poor people. So let's put it in. Give it a little swirl.
Okay, wait, I want to watch the compilation.
24-karat gold
Labubu.
Labubu. I have the one and only 24-karat gold Labubu. The one and only 24-karat gold Labubu. This is the only 24-karat gold Labubu. My 24-karat gold Labubu. Now, I am now going to prove to you all that my 24-karat gold Labubu. So, my 24-karat gold Labubu. So, as you all know, I am the...
Yo, archaeologists are going to find the 24-karat gold Labubu centuries from now. And they're going to be like, what is this? And someone will be like, I think that's a 24-karat gold Labubu. A one of a kind.
Proud owner of the 24-karat gold Labubu. My 24-karat gold Labubu. My 24-karat Labubu. I am the only person in the world to have a 24-karat gold Labubu. I own the only 24-karat gold Labubu.
Stupid.
I can't believe it. I've been out today and someone's stolen my 24-karat gold Labubu. Get ready with me while I get ready to go to the news station about my 24-karat gold Labubu. I have the one and only 24-karat gold Labubu. I have the one and only 24-karat gold Labubu. The one and only 24-karat gold Labubu. This is the only 24-karat gold Labubu.
God, she just keeps going. Can we watch Iron Mouse's opera song, Music Box of Fate? Oh. Yeah, we can watch that. The marketing is wild. Traumatized by Together. Sign up for free. They've been going hard on the marketing. They also are like trying to, you know what they're trying to do? They are trying to capitalize on current pop culture moments. So they did the one with the astronomer, CEO, and the head of HR on the Jumbotron. The new relationship between Liam Neeson and Pam Anderson. They've been sponsoring Fear Ann. Holy shit. It's funny because it's kind of surprising how much marketing they're doing for this movie. I don't know. it almost, it seems very over the top for this film. So, oh shit. Oopsie. Okay, let's listen to Iron Mouses. An original opera song. She almost sounds like, oh, who is the actress who was Snow White's voice? Snow White original voice. Adriana Caselotti. I think she was a soprano. She was the VA for a lot of Disney princesses. Yeah. Welcome in Opera Tuesdays. Yeah, this is so anime coded. This tickles my brain. I know what you mean. Woo! The end there is giving Phantom. like parts of it. I don't know if I like all of it, but maybe I'm not an opera girly. Some parts sound like a chipmunk. I know hot take, I'm sure, because Iron Mouse is cool. I like the high note. You know what I wonder? Does Iron Mouse, her Iron Mouse voice, does she like pitch that up? Is that her character voice? That is her actual voice. Wow. Oh, she has a deeper singing voice, but it's damaging. Okay. I've seen some of her opera covers. I just never knew if like the Iron Mouse persona, if that was something that like the voice that she uses too was one that she adopted for the her VTuber. And she had a sinus infection while recording this. She's amazing. I mean, she is like insanely vocally talented. You know, not everybody's into opera. I am. I love opera. Oh, I love opera. Can you physically do this?
Takes off the ropes now.
Could I do this? Maybe, but it'd be the last thing that I did. Like I could do that one time.
Taking off. Oh, the whirling candy.
Just once. And then I would shatter every bone in my body. Here's a video of her doing Shakira voice. Oh, I also have a Shakira voice. I want to hear hers.
Lucky you were born that far away, so complete for fun of distance. Lucky that I love a foreign land for like the fact of your existence. Maybe I was clowny and they solely like the freckles on your body. Never could imagine there were only 10 million ways to love somebody. Le-lo-lo-le-lo-le, le-lo-lo-le-lo-le. Can't you see I'm at your feet? Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. And
that is not what I expected.
The deal, my dear. They're over, here under. You'll never have to wonder. We can always play by ear. And that's the deal, my dear.
I mean, she dropped down for that.
Lucky that my lips not only mumble, but still kisses like a fountain. Lucky that my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Lucky I have tongue legs like my mother, run for cover when I need it.
Like that, I can do that because that's in my range. I did not expect that to be in her range.
La 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 la. At your feet, I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever.
She's gotten copyright claim.
I'll be there, you'll be near, and that's the deal, my dear. They're over, they're under. You'll never have to wonder. But that's the deal, my dear. Ah!
Wow.
Le-lo-lo-le-lo-le, le-lo-lo-le-lo-le. Think out loud, say it again. Le-lo-lo-le-lo-le. Tell me what time that you live, lost in my eyes.
Identity theft is no joke.
I can't do it anymore. Whatever.
See, that's what I expected to hear.
We'll be together, I'll be there, and you'll be near. And that's the deal, my dear. Get over here under you, got me head over heels. There's nothing left to fear. If you
That's what I thought it would be.
Oh my God.
The fit, the fit looks like my
I'm
Streamer
sorry,
Words outfit. Okay.
All right, how you doing?
Okay, wait. Does this tiny desk have... Sorry, this has been... Hey, what's up? I've just been like wanting to listen to this all day.
We're gonna play you a love song. And if you happen to know it, put your lights up and your voices out, all right? Sing this one with us. When I was younger, I saw my daddy cry and curse at the wind.
Fuck.
Broke his own heart and I watched as he tried to read a similar.
Ah, she's so good.
My mama swore that she would never let herself forget. And that was the day that I promised I'd never sing of love if it does not exist. But darling, you are the only exception. You are the only exception. Well, you are the only exception. You are the only exception. Baby,
I love this song.
Thank you. Deep in my soul, the love never lasts. And we've got to find other ways to make it alone and keep a straight face. And I've always lived like this, keeping it comfortable distance.
Sorry about your trauma, Mortificent, but I love this song.
Myself that I'm content with loneliness, because none of it was ever worth the risk. Well, you are the only exception, and you are the only exception. Well, you are the only exception. Well, you
Harmony hates to see me coming.
I got a tight grip on reality, but I can't let go of the rest of my
So good. Keep it up. The only exception. You. The only exception. You are 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 the only exception. She looks like a hot 80s gym teacher. My way to believe it. God. Why is that song and why is her voice so fucking good? Okay, wait, did Sam come in here because she's ready? Oh, I didn't realize. Yes, I didn't realize when you popped in that you were ready to play and we were listening to Paramore. Okay, all right. Oh, calling. You are the only exception.
We were sitting watching you listen to Paramore, and I was like, this bitch. This is like the person who calls you and then you don't answer, or sorry, you call somebody and they don't answer, and then they text you and they say, what's up?
I thought you said 30 minutes, so I was killing time, and I thought you popped in just to be like, hey.
I just wanted to say, hey.
Just to be like,
no, when I said 30 minutes, I meant...
You meant 22.
20 minutes. Yeah, 22 minutes.
Okay, well, I can't come between a girl and Haley Williams.
Hold on, I have to address something real quick. Hey, Raiders, how's it going? Just wanted to say welcome in. And I know that Lisa's a big fan of the Boo Boos, so I just really wanted to put this out there and just, welcome everybody in. I hope you guys had a really nice stream. Sorry, I'm you know what? I can mute. Just ignore me.
What's happening? Wait, did the Labubu lady raid her?
No, I'm muting. Just shut up. Ignore that.
Should I? My 24-carat Labubu. Labubu. I'm late to the party, but I became a Caroline stan tonight. Well, if you're in this community, you're now a Haley Williams stan. Okay, I'm embarrassing her? What did I do?
No, sorry. Don't worry about it.
Y'all, Sam told me last night that she does haircuts style singing now because of me. That she'll sing things.
I was talking about like my guitar teacher when I was in elementary school that I kind of thought might be a pedophile, and I started singing it. And then everybody was like, why'd you go Caroline mode? I was like, I don't know.
Because my influencing everyone to be a child of the theater cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped. Oh, yeah. Did you know that we're I was going to say we're on... I'm in French Polynesia, but...
Two people said that earlier.
Yes.
And I ignored them because I was talking about
you don't believe in tsunamis.
Also that. I don't believe in water.
You don't believe in water.
So what's the deal with that?
Well, there was a massive quake in Russia. It was like an 8.7. And so starting around midnight tonight, what time is it? It's almost 11. Okay. Well, starting around midnight, there's expected to be some big ass waves along the California coast.
That's really disappointing, as you and I both live in mansions on the beach.
Ah, I know. Right next to each other. Unfortunately, we are screwed. I think it's going to be okay, though. They estimated that the wave sizes in Southern Cali, which again, I'm in French Polynesia. Nobody knows where that is, would be modest. So unlikely to cause major problems.
They're like a live cam. Like, I don't even know what that would look like. Like, just like a beach. Like,
you want to
beach live cam, California. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Tsunami watch. Oh, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Looks good.
Sure. You on the tsunami watch now? Well, it actually is no longer tsunami watch. It's a tsunami advisory.
Oh.
So.
Okay, I found a better camera. There's 56,000 people watching.
Oh. Okay, content.
It's got like different.
Krista, thank you for the gifted. Content.
Well, I really hope that doesn't happen.
Well, it's just one more thing.
Yeah. Why not?
You know what? I've been saying, you know what I've been saying a lot? What the hell? Sure.
Sure. You know what?
What the
Toss
hell?
it onto the pile.
What the hell? Sure. At this point, you know. What the hell? I like
Did you
that
know
you go.
That they added something to Peak? Did you see the update?
Dude, I freaking texted you.
Yeah, but did you see what they added to the game?
Dude, I freaking know.
I freaking know.
They added cannibals. Or is that a spoiler?
Well, they added cannibalism, so we are the cannibals.
We are the cannibals.
Yeah.
I
got to the Peak solo.
I know, you told me.
And the lava level's fixed for me, which is really exciting.
I know.
Who do you think is going to eat the other person first?
I have no problem doing it.
Okay, we don't need, like, somebody doesn't have to.
No, I'm definitely down. Especially if you're doing some fuck ass shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's like always the option that we don't have to, though.
No.
There doesn't need to be somebody that like does it. Like,
if cannibalism is on the table, then it's not a question. It's not an if, it's a when, you know?
Remember when we had that discussion on the Patreon about which streamers would play what roles in a desert island scenario? Shout out to the Patreon. This has changed everything for me.
Why?
Because I now know that you are DTC.
Down to cannibal. Wait.
Yeah.
I have to tell you too. I changed my stream title to Cannibals, and I went to tag you. I wrote my own name.
No, you should do that. We should all tag ourselves in our own titles.
I hadn't I guess I didn't save it or anything, but I looked at it and I was like, that's my name. Cannibals.
All I do.
Cannibals at CarolineKwan. People are gonna be like, is she okay?
Cannibalism. Cannibal. What's like kind of like a quirky little like cannibal.
Cannibal.
I sure hope she does.
Cannibal. I hardly know her.
Yeah. Cannibal. I hardly know her. There we go. Did I spell cannibal right?
CANNIBAL. Okay, wait. I gotta go get a fork for my food. I'll be right back.
Is Will playing with us?
I don't freaking know.
Is he playing that other game?
He's watching Alone.
You know what? Now. I'm not gonna put him in the title. He gets no clout from me.
Yeah, he's watching Alone. Okay, hold on.
I try to help small streamers, and you know, what do you do? It's not called cannibalism. God damn it, that's so much better. Well, it's not called cannibalism. Ableism? Cannibalism. Yes! Hooray! The thanks that man gets for all that free food, SMH. I know. You know, I really try to, like, reach out to... You guys are cannibalizing each other right now, is what happens. Take one step out of line with a typo, and it's GG's. We tear each other to shreds.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, did I scare you? Wow. Oh, did you guys hear that?
What?
Did
you fart?
No, you guys heard me screaming.
Oh, why were you screaming?
Because I went into the bathroom and this freaking spider, like, scurried across almost
you were
on
having
my
a
feet.
spider situation.
Yeah, I know.
What
I'm gonna
is
have
wrong?
I have to call
ants and spiders.
I have to call 911. I don't know.
You know what's funny is while I was there, I was literally like, do you want me to walk around the house with that spray and spray all the perimeters? And you guys were like, nah, we got it.
Wait, did we say that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Get
so
me in
for
there.
real. I do not remember you offering that.
Kindness goes unnoticed sometimes, you know?
Anyway, I picked this spider up and then I dropped it. It's really fucked up.
Is that a black widow?
I just assume everything is a black widow now.
I was telling my chat about how we were leaving your house and that little plant brushed up against you and you absolutely
yeah, because
lost your
I'm
mind.
living in a house of black widows,
Secrets.
man.
Yeah.
I can't trust anything.
No, you are traumatized. You're traumatized.
So traumatized. I have major
Diarrhea.
PTSD.
Okay.
Major diarrhea. No, it's a very fucked up situation.
Oh.
I know. I also had a massive ant pile in my bathroom.
I know. I saw 2 ants in the bathroom.
They're everywhere, dude.
Yeah, I can fix this. I can fix it.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I am
fix this.
I am gonna call the authorities. So, and by that I mean I'm gonna call an exterminator.
There are ants. Imagine calling 911 because you have like bugs in your house.
Honestly, I would do it. I'd be like, listen,
shooting the spiders.
Listen, my tax dollars go to this. So I will use this because the definition of an emergency is subjective. Right. And I would say that this is an emergency.
Like, this is an emergency.
Mm-hmm.
It's urgent.
All right. I think Will is he's still in this.
I can't trust him. He is kind of low-key the king of I'll be done in a second, but his second is like really long.
He takes you cannot trust him. Whereas like you say 30 minutes and you actually mean 22.
Yep.
He says 20 minutes and he means an hour and a half.
Yep.
You see how he does this every night. Where he'll be
he's like, "Hey, do you girls want to watch a movie?"
Oh.
And then we're like, "Yeah." And then
like 2
it's like
hours
an
later.
hour and a half later, and he's like, "Okay." And remember, he came and he was like, "Okay, here we go." And we were like, "We've watched 2 episodes of the show, and like, I'm falling asleep."
Dude.
Did you tell chat we watched Gay Vampires?
I did because they're the ones who've been trying to get me to watch it.
Yeah.
And I told him we were in it. We were locked in. Once I fixed the audio issues, which we thought were a part of. I sent it to my Discord. I was like, "Hey, y'all, is this part of the show?"
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely like it was really good, and then all of a sudden it was like very sexy, and me and Caroline were like, "Oh, sure, all right."
When they started having a threesome, we were like, "Whoa!" I was like, "Okay." I saw a spider size of my fist in the bathroom behind the toilet before scared the hell out of me. It's horrible. Okay,
Yucky.
wait. Apparently, Cutie is playing Peak solo.
I'm hearing this.
She's trying to get to the peak.
She's gonna have to self-cannibalize.
I mean, does she want to play, or is she on a solo journey?
Text her.
I was just asking.
It might be either way, because when I was soloing, I was like, "Don't fucking bother me," but also,
well, when you were soloing, you wanted to do it by yourself.
yeah, and I did, and it was great. Will she see her phone if you text her?
Let me text her. Yo.
I don't wanna wait for our lives to be over.
You want to play some fucking Peak?
Cannibalism. Well, they don't call it cantabalism. That's not my joke. Somebody said it in chat earlier. Did you guys eat the Uncrustables I left at your house?
Oh no, we haven't eaten them yet. Oh shit, I
You
was
leave
doing
one for me?
voice to text, and now all of this is in the text now.
No, just keep it going.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, I gotta stop this. Hold on, it's still going. Okay. Wait, did I ever tell you about the time that so I used to do this quite often, where I would accidentally hit the microphone, and then it would just be me talking.
It's kind of one of my worst fears, actually.
Oh, I do it all the time. It's usually though when I'm on stream, so it's just
oh, perfect. Just you talking about
it's like 20
stream
minutes
stuff.
of me just talking on stream that's then put into.
It happens to me when I'm like watching TV, so it'll get whatever I said, but then it'll get whatever they said in the show. So it'll be like, "Hey, yeah, that sounds great. I'll see you on Tuesday. We've got to give her 300 doses of propofol straight to her vagina. Quick, Dr. Gray." And everybody's like, "Whoa.
Whoa.
Sure."
Wait. I forgot to tell this story on stream, but speaking of Dr. Gray, y'all, the day after we laid Sweet Okie to rest, I had to get up, and I, of course, had a very puffy face and looked like shit. I had to get up and do an audition for Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah, you woke up and you came out of your room and you were wearing the shirt you were wearing, which I was like, "Oh, that's a really interesting like night shirt." Like, okay, like sure. And I thought you just kind of went Hollywood and like slept in like a button-up shirt.
What is going Hollywood?
I don't know. It just seems like a kind of a bougie thing to have like a night shirt that looks like that, you know?
And I was like, no, this is supposed to be nurses' scrubs.
Yeah.
But anyway,
and then I was like, that makes less sense actually.
In classic Grey's Anatomy fashion, it was like half a page, this scene for this audition. And it was the most dramatic thing ever. Like whatever operating room we were in had just been blown up.
How is Grey? Meredith Grey.
How
is she
Meredith
still
Grey?
alive? It's incredible.
It's the amount of shit that th've done on that show and how long it's been running. Wait,
Insane.
they did that in season 3, right? Because
Yeah,
I watched
with
up
the
until
thing in his chest.
I watched up until season 5, and so when I was doing this audition, I was like, this seems familiar. They're just recycling.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of. I was like, how many times are they gonna blow up the hospital?
I know. Draco Kid, thank you for the 21 months. They're just running through the hits now because it's on like season 67.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had
It's
a
time
shooter
to
and
stop.
a bomb. Did you ever
You're
watch
laughing.
Did you ever watch Grace?
Oh yeah. I've watched there's a certain time that I usually like kind of stop watching it, and I don't really know where that's at. I think it might be after the plane crash, spoiler alert. So I haven't seen any of the later seasons, but I've seen everything before that like probably twice.
Yeah. I think I stopped after they had killed off like half the cast, and I went, what the hell is this show?
I know. That's the thing, is it's like there's certain ones that just went, and I was like, please, no.
It was just too much. Okay, she has not
too much.
responded, so should we just enter a game?
Yeah.
Just the two of us?
I mean, if she responds, then we can